insightful remarks. We do have some important keynotes ahead of us, which I think we will benefit greatly from. But to punctuate the program, we're going to punctuate it with a bit of entertainment, give you a little moment to ruminate on what you've heard thus far. I'm going to invite at this time a very talented young man, a very talented police officer, member of the Jamaica Constabulary Force. Put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen, for Constable Lukel Miller.
Thank you, Sir Brooks. Good morning, everyone. All right, so I am Constable Lukel Miller from the JCF Band Division. Before I want to start, I want to give greetings to Honorable Minister of Security, Bryce Chang, of course, my Commissioner, Sir Blake, and every dignitary, everyone else. So this morning, I'll be serving you guys in the spirit of Reggae Month, which we are celebrating in Jamaica. I'll be serving you some musical coffee. Have you ever had that before? No? No? All right, so hopefully you'll see what it is, and I hope you'll enjoy.
Please, another round of applause for Constable. For those of you who are not Jamaican, he was playing a very popular song called Skanking Sweet, which is originally by the artist called Chronix. And for those of you who are not Jamaican, I'm going to invite you during the coffee break to find a Jamaican who can teach you how to skank so that you can ultimately establish for yourself that skanking is indeed sweet, correct? So I'm going to ask you to hold a Jamaican to that commitment that today you will leave here learning how, among other things, to skank. Because what's the point of coming to Kingston, Jamaica, and being so focused on cybersecurity that you learn nothing else? And soak up the culture. It's Reggae Month, indeed, yeah? At this time, we're going to have our first keynote address. And the first keynote address will be delivered by the Country Territory Manager for Google Cloud, Ms. Diana Cuevas Journey. Put your hands together for her. Make her welcome, please.
Good morning, everyone. So my name is Diana Cuevas Journey. I'm the Caribbean Territory Manager for Google Cloud, responsible for public sector and private entities as well. For me, it's a pleasure to be here, a honor. So thank you so much, Minister and the Ministry of National Security for the invitation. Thank you so much for all the organizers. This is very nice. I'm already in love with Jamaica, so hopefully I'll be back many times. Let me see if we can. Okay. So as we have heard this morning, there's many things around digital transformation, trends and topics moving around. But are we secure? Are we ready to move forward with this? Are we aligned with all the policies, regulations, and compliance that we need to have in order to move to the cloud? That's part of the conversations that I want to cover today. And this is just a little information around how can we be secure while also moving to the cloud. And the new way to be secure is with Google Cloud. Attacks cost more than just money, okay? It's not only money. Actually, 71% of the breaches go undetected. We don't even know. Many organizations know about an attack because of someone else, not because of the organization itself. 50 billion cost last year cyber attacks in the US. So yes, that's a lot of money. But what about reputation? Equifax got impacted by a cyber attack and their stock went down 30% the next day. So it's not only money, it's also reputation. We have a name to protect. We have an organization to protect. What is holding back organizations to a cloud adoption? What do you think? Data loss, migration, cost, many facts. But number one, it's security. It's security. And for this, it's very important to just not think about security as an add-on. It's not something that we need to just pay more to be secured. We need to make sure that every time we use a product or we are planning to move to the cloud in this case, we are secured. So let me tell you a fact, and you can Google it. Google keeps more people safe online than any other company in the world, okay? 9 out of 10 cyber attacks begin with phishing link. So probably, some of you probably received an email and say, click here, you're gonna be a millionaire. And yes, we click, and then all your data is gone, or they are already in. So for that, we are protecting the phishing, and Gmail phishing protections were built to block. I don't know if you have seen, but every time you try to open a link that it's not very secure, Google will bring a window saying, hey, this doesn't look safe. Look somewhere else. So again, 9 out of 10 cyber attacks starts with a link. So please keep that in mind, because sometimes we think that it's safe, but it's not. Malware is increasing, threatening online, okay? So Google's safe browsing technology was built to block these organizations as well. And we also protect websites. So sometimes the cyber attacks come from websites as well. Why are we discussing security transformation now? Because what is happening now is we have organizations that are only putting Band-Aids on top of what they have since the 90s. And that's not secure. That's not the way we are moving. Technology is moving very fast. So we have security teams trying to fix things, putting more technology over technology, hiring many things and many products and solutions to cover this. But that's not what we need. What we are looking for right now is to have a zero trust solutions. We need to have zero trust built-in applications, solutions, data. We also have an AI moment. But AI without data, without security, it's nothing. So we gotta make sure that if we're moving into the AI transformation, AI world, we already have a security space, a security cloud, okay? Very important to consider, because it's not a matter of, oh, I don't think I'm gonna have an attack. We are all gonna have an attempt. It's when. So that's why we really need to make sure that every single product that we use on a daily basis is secure by design. So how can Google Cloud help organizations with their security? Because we provide protection, secure core infrastructure designed, built, and operated to help and detect threats. We provide control. We give security controls to help meet policies, regulations, and compliance. We have all the certifications in the world that complies with all the regulations in security. Why do you think Google Cloud has the skills for this? Let me tell you this. We have more than 10 billion users per day with our 9 products. YouTube, probably you have heard about it. Gmail, Google Search, 9 billion users, 10 billion users now across the world. We need to keep these products safe. We need to keep these products secured. When have you heard that one of these have been impacted? Never, right? So that's exactly how we protect our own products. We protect our customers, and we have the most reliable security in the world. Secure high performance, private data network. We actually have the only company that invests in subsea cables to have a better and transparent security and latency across different areas. We have the Nuvem that is connecting US, Bermuda, and Portugal to have a faster latency. So again, we have more than 40 regions, 121 zones, 200 countries. So you're like, you know what, I don't want US to have my data. We have 200 more locations, let's go. Let's find which one accommodates more with your needs. So it's very important that we really understand our customers. Security, it's not an add-on. Security, it's everything. And we are a security company because we gotta protect our own products to protect our customers. So we scan more than 700,000 web pages per minute. We defend more than 4 billion users, combining Gmail and Chrome users. We check 2 billion Android devices for health every single day. And 100% of our customers' data stored at rest. It's encrypted. All of our data is encrypted. So our approach to security is trust nothing. From services, hardware, data, identity, network, and operations. Every single layer is covered. Our products are all built with security. Security is not an option for us. Sometimes I hear, I don't have, Google doesn't invest a lot in marketing. I didn't know that Google Cloud existed. I thought that Google was only, YouTube and Gmail. We do not do a lot of marketing, unfortunately, but we do invest in security for our products. So that's better marketing than any big event and big investment in marketing itself. So in summary, you can trust Google Cloud to be transparent, responsible, and an open cloud. Reliable cloud, secure, compliant, and it was the first cloud in the world to comply with sustainability and social responsibility. Make Google part of your security operations team. I really invite you. We're going to be 2 full days here around. Let's have a conversation. Let's understand your current needs. Let's understand your priorities. Let's understand what your current situation is. Every single customer, it's different. We cannot just copy-paste the strategy for this government to this government, for this customer to this customer. We need to work on each specific customer and build solutions that are customized and tailor-made for every single organization. So thank you so much for your attention. As I mentioned to you, we have a couple of folks also from Google focused on cybersecurity experts and the rest of the solution. So I invite you to please approach to us. Thank you again, everyone, for your attention and for your time. It was a pleasure, and I'll be around. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Cuevas' journey. I'm certain that you have secured a few downloads of some new Google-related apps since your presentation, because some persons may have been unaware of some of the wide range of applications that you have. As you've quite rightly said, that you're not just a provider of email, you're a security company. And in this security environment, we have to make use of all the tools that we have at our disposal, because as you quite rightly said, attacks cost more than just money. They cost a great deal of damage, including reputational damage. And so we're not treating security as an add-on, but we are fully focused and all in. At this time, we're going to go to our second keynote, which will be delivered by the Chief of Section for the Cybersecurity Section of the Organization of American States. Please make welcome Ms. Kerry-Ann Barrett.
Good morning, everyone. Ministers, permanent secretaries, other distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. My name is Kerry-Ann Barrett. I serve as the Chief of Section for Cybersecurity at the OAS, and it is a distinguished honor for me to be here with such a diverse group of experts from across the globe. Apologies that I could not be there in person. I had to change travel plans at the last minute, so I really appreciate the Ministry of National Security making this facility. It is a distinguished pleasure for me to be part of this inaugural CyberSMART conference under the theme, Stay Safe in Cyberspace, because as a daughter of the soil, seeing Jamaica take such a leadership role in streamlining cybersecurity efforts to combat threats and address cybercrime really makes me proud. For those who may not be familiar with the work of the OAS Cybersecurity Section, our mission for the past 20 years has been to strengthen cybersecurity frameworks from across the Americas. We focus on providing technical assistance, building capacity, fostering regional and international cooperation. At the core of our efforts lies a firm commitment to creating a safe, resilient, inclusive digital environment where gender is considered, fully integrated into essential components of making a sustainable approach to cybersecurity. Ladies and gentlemen, as countries digitize and connect citizens online for more efficient government services, you've heard repeatedly today so far, and it's just the beginning of the session, that cybersecurity risks associated with these advancements are becoming more pronounced. The shift to improve our service delivery and competitiveness will automatically increase our attack surface. As the more connected we become, the greater the number of potential entry points for launching cyber attacks. I'll give you one concrete example, the postal system. Our postal system handles sensitive data, including personal identifiable information, financial information, and it's considered a critical infrastructure in most countries. If compromised, this can lead to identity theft, financial loss, and national security risks, and even something as what might seem to us mundane as the postal system, because all you picture is someone dropping post in your box. Even they themselves across the globe have been digitizing. And when you consider the impact this can have on something so critical, especially knowing that it serves persons in our rural community who rely on their pensions and rely on their life certificates to get to them, not staffing even a simple service like that to our citizens with technical staff is critical. I'm about to painfully take you through some mathematical formulas. Big disclosure, I was not the best in math growing up. So when I do this mathematical formula, bear with me and just work with the logic as best as you can. The first one I'd like to share with you is that when we assess this reality of the risks and we add on all the comprehensive efforts that we've been making, we automatically assume that this will equal to resilience. So reality plus comprehensive efforts, we think equals resilience. But what we don't realize that we take it as a foregone conclusion that when we implement off-the-shelf solutions and we don't invest in technical expertise that is needed in country, that we're going to be safe. Ladies and gentlemen, there are some really unique challenges in our region, where even with the investment in some of these technological solutions, we need to have the resources or expertise to be able to work with these solutions. Our region has become a hotspot for cybercrime. Cybercriminal organizations have been targeting our governments, our financial institutions, our critical infrastructure, and we're grappling with a high rate of cybercrime. This oftentimes hampers public and private sector to even share sensitive information, which would be a tool to be able to improve our security. Further, with the entry of artificial intelligence, which has become such a hot word, this tool is the epitome of a double-edged sword in the field of cybersecurity. On the one hand, it has the potential to revolutionize cyber defense. Those technical persons in the space right now in the room would also attest to the fact that with AI, cyber defense has become more efficient because there's now early threat detection, automated incident responses, and we're able to deploy proactive adoption and solutions to the evolving adversarial tactics. But on the other hand, this same technology can be exploited by malicious actors to develop more sophisticated and targeted attacks, from highly invasive malware to massive disinformation campaigns. But I would like to remind us here today that it's not all doom. Security and resiliency of our digital environment is a key. All of us as a part of a global community share a common responsibility to safeguard cyberspace for the benefit of all. And we need to work collaboratively to, one, flatten the learning curve, and two, support each other in sustained growth. Another mathematical formula that as a regional body, and I've heard similar persons believe that this is an automatic conclusion as well. Developed country pathways plus technical assistance and training will automatically mean that the beneficiary country's threats will reduce. I would like to pose to each of you thinking about this today that while we recognize that a country may develop a certain way and their cybersecurity posture improved, it is not going to be applicable to all countries. Having adaptable solutions, technical assistance for each country that we support is key. At the same time, we do have to recognize that we're not on this path alone, and someone has trotted this path before us. So we need to also look at what other countries have done to be able to improve our cybersecurity posture. Some countries have successfully implemented comprehensive national cybersecurity strategies, such as Jamaica, which acknowledges the need for holistic national cybersecurity training plans or programs. Others have implemented specific initiatives that have effectively closed the skills gap by offering tailored training to address local needs. University of the West Indies, University of Technology in Jamaica has adapted itself to be able to offer cybersecurity courses. Others have successfully collaborated between private sector and government. We've just heard Google, and have led to the development of cybersecurity talents through free learning courses and certifications. Many as well have cooperated with regional organizations such as the OAS, the UN, ITU, others, to be able to have concrete exchange of knowledge and skills around cyber. But I think one of the last mathematical formula I would like to share with you as I wrap up these keynotes is that we still are facing a dilemma where we're still having many specialized technicians, but at the same time, we're looking at a multifaceted threat. This then in turn makes us realize that we're going to be equating to very limited resources because the persons that we have may not be able to address all the threats that exist. As a practical matter, we should also consider efforts to establish global and regional frameworks that facilitate the sharing of best practices, threat intelligence, and also resources. I heard that CARICOM Impacts is in the room, and I know that they've been making a concerted effort to raise awareness across the region on this topic. In addition, we have to foster partnerships among all stakeholders, including governments, private sector, civil society, to have a comprehensive approach to cybersecurity. This would mean, ladies and gentlemen, that as we expand internet access to make sure that our citizens can access services online more easily, we should simultaneously be investing in cybersecurity measures that protects these users. We should also redouble our efforts to educate our citizens on how to stay safe online, providing them with the necessary tools and knowledge they need to navigate the digital world more confidently. Ultimately, cybersecurity is not just about preventing attacks. It is about building a resilient, responsive infrastructure that can quickly recover and continue serving the public in the face of evolving threats. I implore you that through continuous investment in technology, training, and international corporations, nations that have limited resources can continue to think outside the box and remain strong and secure. Thank you so much for your attention. I wish for you a really, really successful conference. I regret I can't be there for the 2 days, but just looking at the lineup, I know it's going to be a wonderful conference. Thank you for this facilitation, and over back to you, Dennis.
Thank you very much, Ms. Barrett, for that insightful presentation. So at this time, we've been given quite a bit to think about. We are going to move into another aspect of the conference, but I want us to appreciate, as we move into the next aspect of the conference, all that we have learned thus far, and the fact that the challenge is not going to get any easier. The challenge of, it's often been said that AI is the worst it will ever be, because it will only get better. As a matter of fact, to show you how great AI is right now, I can reveal at this time that I'm not really here. I'm in Montego Bay, and it is actually AI. My presence here has been totally generated by ChatGPT and DALL-E. Okay, maybe that's not where it is yet, but who to tell when it will be that the chairman or the presenter will be a hologram standing here interacting with you. And as fanciful an idea as it may seem in 2025, I am sure if we live long enough, we are going to have a conversation in the future that says, remember that time back in 2025 when we made that joke about, the hologram? Well, it's here because it can be done even now. It's just not as commonplace. All right, so at this time, the members of the head table, I'm going to invite, we're going to break out to view the booths and exhibitors. And I'd like to say a special thank you to the booths and the exhibitors because they are our partners in this initiative over the next 2 days. So I'd like to say a special thank you to Google and CrowdStrike, as well the exhibitors Darktrace and Cloud ID. But what I'm going to ask is for those of us in the room to permit the members of the head table to proceed to the booths and the exhibitors first. So you can proceed that way so that they can have first glance at it, and then we can all begin to engage the exhibitors and the booths thereafter. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. Enjoy this segment of the conference. Chief Analyst, Cyber, our first presenter, provides strategic support for cybercrime investigation, cybersecurity, and cyber defense activities in CARICOM member states. With over 25 years of law enforcement experience, he holds a bachelor's degree in computer science and a master's degree in forensic computing and cybercrime investigations. He's also a certified digital forensics trainer and has conducted workshops for law enforcement, private sector, and government entities. As I said, he's going to make his presentation and then dart on over to the closed training session immediately after. Please make welcome Mr. Dale Joseph, Chief Analyst Cyber for CARICOM Impacts.
Thank you very much, Senior Superintendent Brooks. First off, all protocols observed. I'd like to extend gratitude from the Executive Director, CARICOM Impacts, for the invitation from the Government of Jamaica and the Ministry of National Security for inviting us to speak here at this very important meeting. Just to speak briefly on who we are at CARICOM Impacts. CARICOM Impacts was established in 2006, and it's really the arm for crime and security within our 15 CARICOM member states and 6 associate states. We have the headquarters located in Trinidad and Tobago, and it's responsible for strategic oversight for crime and security matters. We have the Regional Intelligence Fusion Center, which is responsible for creating intelligence products to guide security initiatives throughout the region. And we also have the Joint Regional Communication Center, which is located in Barbados. And this center is responsible for security from a passenger and cargo perspective, land, sea, and air. So to get straight into the meat of the matter as to why we're here today to present, we're going to speak about some of the cyber trends that we have been observing in the region quite recently. So as we all know, and as was mentioned before by the previous speakers, in the Caribbean we have a growing digital landscape. E-commerce expansion, fintech innovation, there's also digital transformation by several governments to include transformation of all government services. And this is certainly widening the landscape for technology and even to protect from a cybersecurity perspective. We have also seen the increase in remote working and digital skills training as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic. In fact, quite a few member states are working on work from home policies to guide remote work within the region. This, as you would very well be aware, poses challenges from a cybersecurity perspective. Governments have increased investment in broadband infrastructure to advance connectivity. Some of the existing challenges we have in the region, limited cybercrime policies and laws. One of the things that we see very often at our office, if there's no law, there's no crime. And I say that to say, how do we really legislate technology-based crime would guide how we could respond to it. And there are some challenges in the region in that regard. Certainly there is a shortage of skilled professionals from a cybersecurity perspective, from a law enforcement investigative perspective, and also from a prosecutorial perspective, judiciary professionals with the ability to advance digital or e-evidence to secure convictions in criminal matters. We have also seen an increase in vulnerability to ransomware phishing and data breaches, as was alluded to by the previous speakers. So artificial intelligence is on the rise. It's the catchphrase. It's the thing that is happening now globally. And certainly AI has been used by criminals to perpetrate identity theft. We are seeing some AI-powered chatbot for social engineering and online scams. We are also seeing more sophistication as it relates to business email compromises. And for those of us who do not know, a business email compromise happens where it's a simple email is sent perhaps with just one character in an email address, manipulated, changing instructions for payments, or there's a link to click on, and it usually leads to some sort of fraud or financial losses. We have seen some cryptocurrency-related crimes, some crypto jacking. Most of the ransomware attacks are asking for payment in bitcoins and other cryptocurrencies. We have seen data breaches and unauthorized access. One of the challenges as well in the region is legislation that would allow for reporting or compel organizations to report cyber incidents. That's something that we are working on in the region to advance. Because, again, if it's not reported, organizations like ourselves would not be able to assist. We are seeing youth involvement in a series of online crimes. Quite recently, we saw some sextortion where persons committed suicide, and when their devices were analyzed, we realized that someone on the other end got some private images and and based on that, there was some bad results as it relates to that. There's, again, as I mentioned, a rise in phishing, targeting not only average users, but also executive level and leadership staff, what is known as whaling. We have seen quite an increase in that. We have seen an increase in ransomware attacks targeting government agencies, financial institutions. And also we have seen an increase in malware within the Caribbean. So the obvious question is, what are we doing as a regional agency with responsibility for crime and security? We have adopted a strategic approach to deal with cyber matters, and this includes advancing the CARICOM Cybersecurity and Cybercrime Action Plan, which we'll speak a little bit more to tomorrow. We are advancing capacity building and training, and we are delivering training on cryptocurrency investigations, open source intelligence, and dark web investigations in a breakout room. So this is an example of us advancing capacity building within the region. We are currently receiving and sharing cyber threat intelligence to our national cybersecurity incident response teams, and certainly providing assistance to them in some of the cyber attacks. And we are also providing legislative support to the judiciary professionals throughout the region. This is something that we continue to do as a responsible agency within the Caribbean. Coming out of all those activities, in 2024, CARICOM Impacts launched the Cyber Fusion Unit. And to summarize, the Cyber Fusion Unit is a coordination unit with responsibility for coordinating responses to cyber incidents, cyber crimes, and cyber defense matters within our member states. We have a small team, but we are growing in staff and resources, and we are the region's public servants. So if there's an issue at any member states requires assistance, certainly reach out to us and we would assist as best as we can. To advance the Cyber Fusion Unit, we have developed a relational database, and this database provides online reporting to anyone in our member states. It allows law enforcement to enter statistical data, because one of the challenges that we observe in the region is not collecting statistics as it relates to cybercrime and cybersecurity incidents. This is critically important because we need to know a dollar value of what is happening in cybersecurity, a dollar value of what is happening in cybercrime, so that we can advise heads on where resources need to be allocated. So this database is providing that ability for us to collate the data and provide this information to our heads of governments. We are using this database to provide cyber intelligence to our national cybersecurity incident response teams where they exist in member states. What we're also working on in the region at CARICOM Impacts is the development of a dashboard that maps cryptocurrencies and virtual assets to criminal activity. And we have completed the research on this project, and the next phase is to develop a dashboard that will be available to all our partners within CARICOM so that we'll have an idea of what is happening with cryptocurrencies. One of our larger projects is the Organization of Eastern Caribbean Member States, OECS Digital Transformation Project. CARICOM Impacts is currently leading the cybersecurity component of this project. So we have done for St. Lucia, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Dominica, and St. Vincent, the development of national cybersecurity strategies, the development of their national CSIRTs. We are currently working on advancing cybercrime legislation and doing a cyber sensitization campaign in these member states to advance the digital cybersecurity, but from a digital transformation perspective, because we do recognize that cybersecurity is the thread that holds together the digital transformation processes. There's also something that's being developed by CARICOM Secretariat. It's called the CARICOM Cyber Resilience Strategy 2030. This first draft is supposed to be completed by the first quarter of this year, and this will map with the action plan that I spoke about earlier, and it's really to guide the region towards that cyber resilience and sustainable cyber resiliency as we advance as a region. Sorry. And with that, I'd like to thank you for your attention, and I'll be in and out of this session in the breakout rooms as well. Feel free to reach out to me if you have any questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Joseph, for that presentation. At this time, we're going to have our first panel discussion. I'm going to invite the moderator to come forward. He will present the panelists, a very experienced panel with a great deal of insight that they are going to bring to this discussion, which I think is going to be very beneficial. Put your hands together for one of the chief technical directors at the Ministry of National Security. He is Michael Morgan. He's going to take us through this next session. Mic check. Mic check.
Mic check. All right, good to go. So good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. Excellent. My mic is going in and out, so I'm going to go here. Our very capable moderator, Senior Superintendent Brooks, and also allow me to join our dignitaries in extending a very warm eminence welcome to you at our inaugural CyberSMART conference. I really have to pause to acknowledge the team that put this together. It came together quite nicely, and it's absolutely a fantastic feeling seeing you here. So if you'd permit me, just give them a round of applause, please. Thank you. Also want to use the opportunity to wish you all happy, safer Internet Day. And so the task is mine to take us through our first armchair discussion, where we'll be looking at the nexus between transnational crimes and transnational organized crimes and cyber crimes. So at this juncture, I'd like to invite our panelists to come on stage, and then I'm going to invite them each to introduce themselves to you. All right, so as Lieutenant Colonel retired, Richard Acosta, Mr. Trevor Forrest, and ACP Dr. Anthony McLaughlin. Thank you, gentlemen.
I will never know, say you got doctor, brother. Yes.
Please have a seat.
Thanks.
All right, I don't have any coffee, but we'll have to make do, all right? So let me just start by inviting each of you, gentlemen, starting with you, Dr. McLaughlin. Just introduce yourself to our audience and tell them a little bit about your portfolio responsibilities, and then we'll move into our discussion.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. My name is Anthony McLaughlin. I'm an Assistant Commissioner of Police in charge of the Counterterrorism and Organized Crime Investigation Branch, CTOC. Now, CTOC is responsible for, as the term suggests, organized crime. So we investigate all organized crime in the JSTF. That entails all financial investigations, all gang investigations, intellectual property investigations, cyber crimes, and lottery scamming. Well, lottery scamming is part of the financial landscape. So that is basically what CTAC does.
Thank you for that, ACP. And I didn't even know before now that intellectual property crimes were considered a part of organized crime.
It is.
All right.
It's a big industry as well.
Absolutely, makes sense. Thank you, ACP. Mr. Forrest.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Trevor Forrest. I'm CEO of 876 Technology Solutions. It has been made very obvious to me now that based on who I'm sitting in between, that any career outside of the straight and narrow in cybersecurity is now futile. My foray into this industry has spanned about a 30-year period in which my area of expertise includes cybersecurity, obviously, cloud, blockchain, and digital transformation. Not necessarily in that order. I would probably put cybersecurity first and digital transformation after. But I'm very happy to be here. I do try my best as one of the voices in private sector to promote cybersecurity and the advancement of that, not only in Jamaica, but in the region.
Thank you. Thank you for that, Mr. Forrest. And certainly I joked with him earlier to share that in every discussion at the ministry that involves cyber, his name is one of the first names that minister would call. So there's certainly no escaping. Trevor, you're well known to us in the ministry, so keep on the straight and
You
narrow.
know where to find me.
Absolutely. Lieutenant Colonel.
Hi, good morning all. I'm Lieutenant Colonel retired Richard Acosta. I'm currently the Senior Director of Intelligence at the Major Organized Crime and Anti-Corruption Agency. My role and function within an organization that is charged with investigating high-level serious crimes to include public sector, private sector corruption, things of that nature, is really to provide intelligence support to those investigations. We provide the lead information and intelligence that supports investigations and investigators in their activities. It allows them to target more effectively, more efficiently, those individuals that have information about allegations of those serious crimes that I spoke to, or the individuals that may be involved in those types of activities. Subsequent to the investigations, we provide support in terms of assessment of the impact of our investigations, having regard to our mandate to reduce, to mitigate, to disrupt, deter, or to eliminate those forms of criminality that affect our country daily. And I'm actually quite pleased to be here this morning. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Colonel. Very important work that he does there at MOCA, very quietly but very effectively. So, gentlemen, we often hear about transnational crimes. We hear about transnational organized crimes. We hear about cyber crimes. Are they different? Are they mutually exclusive? Or are they very much intertwined? Can we really look at them as fingers on the same hand wearing the same gloves? Is the question I want to ask and where I want the discussion to go today. So why don't we begin by assisting our audience with a common understanding for the purposes of our discussion. What really are transnational crimes, and does this include transnational organized crimes? And I'm going to invite Lieutenant Colonel Da Costa to take this one and give us his perspective.
All right, thank you for that, CTD. At the risk of sounding uninformed, or rather to avoid sounding uninformed, I took the liberty of just downloading a couple of definitions of it. So really, transnational organized crime refers to those associations of entities or individuals who operate across national boundaries, whether they be land boundaries or maritime boundaries, for the purpose of illicitly obtaining power, influence, monetary or commercial gains. They tend to do this either by a combination of entirely illegal or illicit means or a combination of legal and illicit means. Their entirety of their purpose is to gain benefit, whether it is through power, influence, or money, and to also self-sustain their organizations and to clearly protect them from discovery and prosecution by legitimate arms of the state. Oftentimes, they will use a combination of financial suasion, extortion, intimidation, and violence in order to perpetuate their commercial ambitions within the context of the illicit or the combination of licit and illicit activities that they perform, again, all the time to sustain themselves as an entity across those national boundaries. That's the best definition that I can give for that, CTD.
All right, thank you for that, Colonel. So some key words I pulled from it. Associations across borders, organizations, and of course, the usual rhetoric around violence and using this violence to further their means. It's quite a significant and elaborate enterprise if you really think about it in keeping with the definitions. I'm going to invite ACP McLaughlin to tell us a little bit about cyber crimes as well as share any thoughts that you might have on the definition that Lieutenant Colonel shared on transnational organized crimes, and kind of puts it in context for us, especially given the nature of your work at the CTOC.
Okay, thank you, moderator. Okay, when we speak of cyber crime...
Yeah, your mic is off. Can I get you to check his microphone, please? Go ahead.
I think it's on now. Right, thank you. So when we speak of cybercrime, we're speaking of computer-aided devices using the internet to commit crimes, in simple language. Mm-hmm. So it can be your cell phones, it can be your computer, or any other devices that you are able to use over the internet to commit crimes. And when we speak of transnational organized crime, Colonel put it very nicely. Right. So my simple definition would be where criminals from different countries link together, network to commit crime, in simple language. So you have someone in Jamaica, for example, who will network or link with other persons in the United States, other countries within the Caribbean to commit crime. You know, that's what we refer to as transnational organized crime. So, and we have seen where for transnational organized crime to be successful, it has to twin with cyber crimes. Mm-hmm. So a person in Jamaica wants to traffic firearms from the United States, then this is not the days when we use mail in terms of letters. So we have the quickest way to do it is by telephone, by computer, and then you have that connection. So that is how, you know, we would link the transnational organized crime and cybercrime. to commit a crime.
So the technology there being a critical means to an end.
Exactly.
Excellent. All right, so we're going to get a little deeper into different forms of organized crimes, transnational organized crime, but I'm going to invite Mr. Forrest at this stage to share a few thoughts on some terms that we hear thrown around in the media landscape. Particularly, it's going to be a big one, Sir Forrest, so I can break it up if you want, but artificial intelligence, phishing attacks, all forms, ransomware, we heard about business email compromises earlier, so you don't necessarily have to go in depth on that. Denial of service attacks, and then any other form of cyber threats that you think might be relevant to our conversation.
Right, thanks. So just ahead of me doing that, I always put the concept of cybercrime. So one of the things I find quite effective is to put a dollar figure to it. Now, Dale, when he was doing his presentation, outlined something very important. We don't get statistics and dollar figures to determine what the impact is. So just to put some things into perspective, when we talk about transnational crime, when you add up all the transnational crimes in their entirety and you put a dollar figure to them, you get just over $1 trillion total value. So drug trafficking, human trafficking, all of those, right? Just over $1 trillion. Cybercrime by itself eclipses all of them combined. Cybercrime by itself. And this year it's projected that cybercrime will reach a total value of $10 trillion. Right? Now, when you consider that, you start to understand why cybercrime is a big deal, why it's important. And as part of the whole advancement of cybercrime, it comes in different forms. Ransomware, phishing, denial of service or distributed denial of service attacks. We have a guest in the house this afternoon, this morning, this evening, who is extremely familiar with the cost and the impact of cyber crimes and cyber events, right? Now, one of the things that we need to understand is as we go digital, what we call that threat surface increases. So when we're talking about digital transformation and all that wonderful stuff, making things more efficient, it has some baggage that goes along with it. That baggage comes in the form of emails from threat actors asking you to do strange things, baiting you to do certain things, all in an effort to either get money, to disrupt services, to cause your business to lose productivity. And productivity equates to money, right? And let me just say a show of hands here. Has anybody in here ever heard of Sutton's Law? Show of hands.
Repeat it for them, Dane. I don't think they heard
Sutton's Law. Has anyone ever heard of that? Sutton's Law. So what it is, there's this notorious bank robber called Willie Sutton. And when he got caught, they asked him, he says, "Why do you rob banks?" And his answer was, "Well, that's where the money is." So many people may ask, well, why do these cyber criminals and threat actors do what they do? It's because you have something that they want and they need, and they're using these innovative and nefarious ways to get it. So, phishing, where you get emails and other communications, whether it be on your computer, your mobile phone, is designed to extract stuff from you. And it's a lot easier to do that sitting in front of a computer in an AC room than going out and robbing a Brinks truck, right? So that's why this area, this thing called cybercrime, is so important, because in a hugely digital age, that is the modality that is now going to be used to rob you. And that kind of activity knows no borders anymore, because I can stay halfway around the world and steal your money here in Jamaica or in any country for that matter. And those are the different forms that these things come in. I'm going to wrap up by talking about denial of service attacks. Now, a lot of times people are not too familiar with why denial of service or distributed denial of service attacks are things of note. I'm not going to get into the technical aspect of it, but understand this. Consider, if you will, a day when you get up in the morning and you cannot access the internet from either your phone or your laptop or your tablet. Why? Because something has happened that has consumed all of the bandwidth that is available for you to do what it is that you're doing. Now consider going to work and not being able to send an email, to communicate across borders and so on. The monetary impact of that is tremendous. Distributed denial of service attacks do just that, deny the service that is the driving force of all the things that you do, right? So in all of these different attack modalities, there's always a dollar figure associated with it, and that's why understanding these things is important, because every one of them is designed to do what? Attack the money and cost you money.
Thank you for that, Sir Forrest. And we see where we're living in an increasingly digital society, so it's very, very relevant. Go ahead, ACP.
Right, if I may, I did a little research before coming here. Mr. Forrester spoke about the cost. As it relates to drug trafficking, and we know that that's one of the largest transnational organized crime activity. We are looking at over $2 billion, and these dollars are quoted in US dollars, and this is an annual figure. If we look at counterfeiting, I mentioned intellectual property earlier on, the same thing as counterfeiting, it's over $923 billion we're looking at annually. Human trafficking, which is one of the most heinous crimes, is also another major transnational organized crime. It's over $160 billion US annually. Small arms and light weapons, that's one of the things that is affecting Jamaica, which is pushing up our
murder rate.
Rates. We're looking at over 5.3 billion US dollars.
Right.
And the list goes on and on.
Thank you, ACP. So I think we can all agree, right? Much to our dissatisfaction, because it's not necessarily a viable career alternative, but organized crime is big business, right? Very, very profitable. But with great profit comes great risks. And we are here to increase those risk factors, right, gentlemen? Jointly, we increase those risk factors for being involved in organized crime. Sir Forrest, you didn't touch on artificial intelligence, so I just want to pull that back in so that you can share a little bit about that.
Oh, absolutely. So, as we all know now, the new buzzword, catchphrase, and catch technology is artificial intelligence. Now, what has happened is AI has added a new layer to the advent of cybercrimes. It has given a new impetus to cyber criminals and threat actors, because now what used to take days, weeks, months to do can now take minutes, seconds, because through the use of artificial intelligence, they can now create malware that is used to distribute, to perpetrate ransomware attacks and so on. And they can do so very quickly in time frames that didn't exist before. Now, what does that mean for us on the defense side? Well, we also, through the tools that we have to now use artificial intelligence to combat that. So it's the proverbial cat and mouse game. But what is happening is our adversaries don't have the same constraints that we do. And as a result, we have to be using artificial intelligence in extremely innovative ways, as they are, to combat the kind of threats that we're seeing, because what we're finding now is the nature of the threats that we're seeing are nothing like we've seen before. And as a result, the level of sophistication is off the charts. And we now have to find, again, through the use of artificial intelligence, better ways to combat the adversaries who themselves are, using artificial intelligence in unbelievable ways. I will give you one story that, for me, last year was the most impressive use of artificial intelligence I ever saw. And some of you may have been aware of it, where a financial employee was instructed to transfer upwards of $25 million in a request from his superiors. And quite rightly, he questioned the request. So he was told, okay, join this Zoom meeting so that we can have a discussion, so that we can confirm to you that, yes, this is a legitimate request. And he joined the Zoom meeting and saw all of his superiors and had a conversation with them, and they confirmed that, yes, this is a legitimate request, please transfer the $25 million. That Zoom meeting was a carefully crafted and orchestrated deepfake session. And everybody that this dude was looking at was generated using artificial intelligence, including the conversation that he had with them. Right? That is the level at which these threat actors will go in order to get at that money. So artificial intelligence is creating an entirely new paradigm for the threat landscape. But look, we have to understand how it works, develop ways to combat that, and become more aware of these realities. It's not what you see on TV anymore, right? This stuff is real. It's not fiction.
Thank you, Sir Forrest. Frightening, actually, very frightening. And earlier, when SSP Brooks mentioned that we've seen the worst of AI and best of AI is here, I thought to myself, that may not necessarily be such a good thing, because the threats are going to get even more authentic in their appearances. So we're going to segue a little bit, and I'm going to pull on Lieutenant Colonel and ACP to tell us, based on your areas of operation, to what extent are you seeing cyber offenses in Jamaica, in our crime landscape, and how would you describe the intersection in a little bit more detail between traditional transnational crimes and what we know now to be cyber crimes? Lieutenant Colonel, may I start with you?
Thank you, CDD. So what we're seeing actually is convergence of the activities across the two realms. So you have cyber-dependent and you have cyber-enabled crimes, and you have the aspects of transnational crime which fall in either category, but not exclusively to either one. One of the critical things to understand is that what the cyber crime and the cyber landscape has allowed transnational crime to do is to lower the barrier for entry into an enterprise which obviously they hope to be successful at, that they want to sustain, and that clearly they want to benefit from a profit perspective on. And I'll give you an example that was brought up within the context of the UNSA conference last week, where you have a traditional form of transnational organized crime, the international trafficking of cocaine. So 1 kilogram of cocaine produced in Colombia at the Northern Caribbean border costs about $2,000 US. Probably add $3,000 or $4,000 US to that to transfer it from Colombia through the Bahamas or Jamaica into the southeast of the United States, and the value increases to approximately $30,000, $35,000 US. What most persons didn't realize is that that profit motive, that profit incentive didn't stop there. So that value of $30,000 or $35,000 US was used to transfer that into Bitcoin. That Bitcoin was then sent to China to purchase 30,000 cases of counterfeit cigarettes, which would have then been shipped back into the region to be sold at a profit of $300,000 or $350,000 US. Wow. That is the convergence that we're seeing. That is one of the most perfect examples of transnational organized crime and the convergence with cyber enablement. So it increased the reach and the scale of the initial criminal activity, which is the production of the cocaine, the transshipment of it, and the sale of it, into another aspect, which is the counterfeiting of cigarettes, the sale of those counterfeiting cigarettes. The corruption at the borders, clearly, because those cigarettes would have come into our country in an uncustomed way. They're not going to pay any taxes on that. So they're going to deprive the national treasury of those resources. And their profit incentive is approximately 150%.
Wow.
So that's an incredible thing to consider. So the cyber aspect of it, the transfer of the dollars into Bitcoin, the transfer of that across a national boundary, for the most part, in an undetected way, would have resulted in the enablement of a traditional transnational form of crime. What you have to realize, the barrier for entry 15, 20 years ago would have been distance. Distance that you have to travel, distance that you have to expose yourself to risk, i.e., if I was a Colombian trafficker, I would have to expose myself to U.S. Customs and Immigration with a fairly particular accent, with a clearly Colombian passport, and perhaps a criminal history that would be relatively easy to detect. Now, the cyber part of it would have enabled that individual to stay in their country, to coordinate across not 1, not 2, but probably 3 or 4 time zones in 2 or 3 different languages in order to enable 150% profit. So that barrier for entry has been lowered. The risk has also been lowered, because we would all understand that it is comparatively less risky to conduct your business across encrypted communications without having to move physically to be identified and be subject to law enforcement processes and all that kind of thing, and still benefit the order of 150% by virtue of your initial investment of about $2,000 US. That is the convergence that we're seeing.
Thank you for that, Lieutenant Colonel. Excellent example. Underscores the value of criminal activity. And I'm going to come back to that in a little bit, but ACP, going to invite you to share your thoughts on the question.
Okay, looking from a CTAC's perspective, as I mentioned earlier that CTAC does, in the main, investigations. I just want to cite the lottery scamming activity. That's a perfect transnational organized crime. Prior to, say, 2018, thereabout, lottery scamming, whenever someone is involved in lottery scamming, they would use remittance services to send the money to Jamaica. And they would collect or have their runners to collect the proceeds. What we find after that, because of the robust investigation and meeting with these companies, remittance companies, they try to always try to be ahead of the law enforcement. So what they do is to have a person within the United States, and they are going in the other Caribbean countries as well, and they remit those monies to Japan, where they buy used cars, and then they ship those used cars to Jamaica. So if you look, you would have seen a prevalence of used car dealers in Jamaica. That's one of the reasons. I'm not saying that's the main reason, but that's one of the reasons, because the monies cannot come to Jamaica again. It cannot come in barrels, in suitcase, and it cannot come through the remittance companies. So what they do is to send it through to Japan, where they would buy the vehicles and then send them here, then resell those vehicles to make their money. And the same thing goes for firearms. Most of the firearms that we find on the wharves are for gangs, but quite a number of them is for resale. So that's the perspective I would just want to take it from.
Thank you for that, ACP. So we're seeing traditional crimes. We're seeing traditional crimes being enabled with modern technology, so cyber crimes brought into play. We're seeing where criminal organizations are able to significantly multiply profit, create efficiencies, create economies of scale, and reduce transactional costs, which are typical things that you might hear being thrown around in a boardroom, which is the point I want to make, that criminal enterprises are not mutually exclusive in their operations from cyber capacity, because they look at their activities as a business, and they look to create efficiencies. They look to increase their profit margins. I remember from the National Security Seminar, one of the presenters mentioned that in the drug cartels, they break even on 10% of revenue. So 90% is profit. Yeah? Now imagine a profit margin on cybercrimes where you have a little effort comparatively. You don't have the logistics that a drug cartel would need to have. They have submarines, they have armored vehicles, they have massive armies, they have people in the field, land, needing to buy officials in key strategic places in state operations. So the risk presented by cybercrimes is astronomical. And I mean, when you hear trillions, it sounds, but recently Jamaica just had its first $1 trillion budget, since independence. So let's put that in context. And cybercrimes is going to cost multiple trillions estimated in the next few years.
Third largest economy.
Go again, Joe, for the audience.
So cybercrimes this year, its value
absolutely
will reach the value of the third largest economy globally, next to the US and China. And that is the value of cybercrimes this year. Right? So if cybercrimes is a country, it would be the third largest economy right. in the world.
Which is about where Japan sits now. So let that sink in. So without going, because we can sit here and we can talk for a very long time about this topic, I'm going to ask one final question, and I'm going to invite the audience if they have any questions for the panel, because we're almost out of time. My question is, what can we do to manage the risk of the nexus between transnational organized crime and cybercrimes? And I'll just allow each panelist to share their thoughts on that.
So for me, from the first perspective, being an intelligence professional, information is the key enabler. Information allows understanding. Understanding allows us to resource within the context of our understanding. The resources, if properly managed, will allow us to mitigate and to start to get ahead of the curve with respect to what it is that our adversaries, the threat actors within the transnational organized crime space, within the context of cyber crimes going forward. A lack of understanding, I think, is something that has prevented Jamaica from getting ahead of some of the problems. We can speak to lottery scamming, if I could use that example, that in the very early days when we saw the very visible impacts of it, the very obvious impacts of it, the flossing, the washing of the expensive cars with crystal champagne and all that kind of thing, we as Jamaicans, unfortunately, glamorized and took heart and cheer from it because we were getting back at our oppressors. We didn't realize until the bodies started to fall, not in the ones and twos, but in the 10s and the 20s and the 30s, as a result of the unfortunate competition between these guys, that what we were glamorizing was something that was insidious, not only with respect to the people who lost their life savings, but also in relation to our own economy, our own national security economy, if I can call it that, within the context of not just small areas in Montego Bay, but island-wide. So information is critical for understanding, and so we need to get ahead of that information curve and inform ourselves better so that we can inform policymakers, that policymakers can inform legislation and the enforcement of those legislations, but more importantly than all of that, to resource the legitimate arms of the state that have to combat these things on a regular basis.
Thank you, Lieutenant Colonel. And as a policy practitioner, 100% support that recommendation. ACP?
All right, I'm thinking of the question, but it's loaded. And we can approach it from many different angles. But what I would say, all of us inside here has a role and a responsibility to first educate those who we have influence over, our children. And if we are able to educate them, let them know what is right from what is wrong. Because we're in an age now where money is what dictates how people do things and why people do things. So if we can teach them this whole value and attitude, because although we, within the law enforcement, have been doing all that we can, there's still a lot that we can do. But when we look at resources in many instances, it's not going to be easy to prevent cybercrime from taking place. So we must inculcate in our youngsters from now the value of education, the value of working honestly for what they want to achieve. I think if we're able to do that, then we would have been 50% down the road in curtailing the illicit drugs and cybercrime activities within our youngsters.
Thank you for that, ACP. Sir Forrest, you get the last word.
Right, so again, you're absolutely right, ACP. It's a loaded question. But perhaps we can look at it in a very specific way. The touch points in the chain. So we have law enforcement agencies, we have the governments, we have private sector, we have schools, we have children, we have parents. Now, every one of these is a touch point in that chain, right? Now, in order to combat what prevails, everybody in that chain has to work together. Now, it's easier said than done because not everybody wants to work together, right? Even though it's in their best interest to do so, they don't always realize that. So one of the things that I think will go a far way in combating cybercrime, the way I see it, is if we can get everybody to, and this is going to sound weird, right, partner in combating that. So imagine a MOCA being able to partner with a household. It sounds weird, but MOCA already partners with, other like agencies, and they have international partnerships, right? But take it a little bit lower down that chain. Say, well, can we partner with a household? Can we partner with a business? Can we get businesses to partner with CTOC, to partner with MOCA, and all of that? I think if we are able to establish some meaningful and lasting partnerships all the way from law enforcement, government law enforcement, household, individual, and I forgot business. If we can do that, then I think the fight against what cybercrime can do will be very successful. Now, Doing it is very difficult. It's not an easy thing. But I think that's what we need to work towards, and what that entails, and you'll hear more about that tomorrow because we're talking about collaboration and so on, is the kind of conversation we need to have in order to foster that kind of partnership between entities that may not naturally want to engage or partner with each other. And I think if we get that right, then we will be more successful. As you can see, when law enforcement partners with the community, the results they get are fantastic, fabulous. But if the community say, I'm not helping you, their work gets harder. So the same thing applies in the battle in the cybercrime world. If everybody can partner, government, agency, business, household, individual, then I think we will be very successful in the battle against cybercrime.
Absolutely. Thank you for that. Nice way to close. I can say from where I sit, since October last year, we've had several major cyber events, and there were a few before, but MOCA had an academic session at UA, pulled together stakeholders. JA CERT had their conference at JDF. JCF had their cyber conference, and now we have this one here. So in a very short space of time, we've had multiple opportunities to pull together teams. So the integration and the partnership, I think, is well on its way. Gentlemen, thank you very much. I think I only have time for maybe one question, right? Not to deprive the audience, I'll just invite anyone. Would you like to ask a question of the panel before we close? I see a hand over there.
Question and suggestion, somewhat. Please, Sam. Okay.
Sure.
Okay, good afternoon. So it's a question and a suggestion. So in prosecuting matters under the law reform, miscellaneous financial act, that's basically lottery scamming. We have a difficulty proving the offense sometimes, and also with the reasonable time guarantee in prosecuting the matters within a reasonable time. You highlighted the fact that in the past, with lottery scamming, they would transfer the money through the remittance agencies such as Western Union, but they've gotten much more innovative in that they now transfer it on cards. And in many cases, they're found in possession with credit cards, debit cards from persons overseas. I'm wondering if there can be some collaboration with our counterparts overseas, where just like DNA, where you have a database and where there's a hit from, for example, a card. For example, if somebody notices that their card is being used in our jurisdiction or elsewhere, they report it to the authorities. There's a database where that card number is placed there, and then our officers can search for that card number when they find these individuals with the card, and that will help us to be able to prove that this card, there's no authorization for the use. So that will save us time and also allow us to prove the elements of the offense. I'm wondering if you think that could work in helping to alleviate that problem.
ACP, rather than tread on you, I just want to just make a clarification here that in the early days of our experience trying to deal with the impact of lottery scamming, there was very much a reliance on the ability of the state or state agencies to identify a victim and to have that victim collaborate with the investigation. Having regard to the difficulty with that, basically because many of the victims were overseas, they were elderly, many of them were not necessarily fully aware of what it is that they were engaged in, non-compos mentis, for want of a better term. We, by virtue of our experiences, moved to add things to our legislative and our prosecutorial bag, for want of a better term, to reduce the reliance on a victim collaborating and to establish elements of a crime without their active participation. And what do I mean by that? So the mere possession of identity information was criminalized under the lottery scamming law. And so possession of the lead lists, possession of a credit card which is not in your name, the linkages that can be established by virtue of your pattern of calling it while they were using traditional cell phones and things of that nature, go to prove elements of several different offenses. And so we are able to prosecute on that. Now, you might argue that we're not necessarily able to punish to the fullest extent of the law, but some punishment, I think, and some mitigation is better than none. So there is that. The other elements I would allow ACP McLaughlin to speak to, have a regard to the other part of your question. But I would also say that we do have established partnerships here in Jamaica between local law enforcement and foreign cooperating agencies like DHS, Homeland Security Investigations, where there is a multi-agency, local and international law enforcement element coming together called a fusion center that supports investigations of that nature. They make it easier, but they're not necessarily as difficult as it would have been in former times. So we do have established relationships that support that element, ACP.
Thank you, Colonel ACP.
Right, and as Colonel said that, we do have a joint meeting with HSI and the other U.S. counterparts. It's something that we can look at. It's because where technology reaches today, I'm sure it is possible, but it's something that we have to sit around the table because it's going to require, in my mind, a large cash outlay. And who will take that responsibility to fund that, is another thing. The cards, in many instances, they are plain cards. So Mr. Forrester spoke about partnership. If some of the entities like in Jamaica or elsewhere, when they get those plain cards, because these cards are not branded like you see a NCB or a Scotia card. They are plain. So once you produce those cards, what the recipients or the financial institutions need to do is not to accept those cards. But if we can get that partnership going, and let them be aware of these cards, then I think we can put a significant dent in them recouping the money of those cards. So again, it's partnership. A lot of work needs to be done. It's not impossible, but it's going to need that collaboration and partnership to to get that successful. But it can be done, in short.
Thank you, ACP. We'll have to close it there. I think that question came from DPP, so I'll ask the policy team to just make a note of it. And then as at the ministry, we can follow up, do a little bit more formally, and then share your formal feedback. All right, but thank you so much for that question and that recommendation. You've been a wonderful audience, gentlemen. Thank you for your time, your expertise, your contributions. Just going to invite the audience to give them a round of applause as we close. Moderator, over to you, sir. Thank you, man. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Morgan, for quite ably chairing that panel. Put your hands together for the panelists. I think it was a very informative panel. Always good to hear the differing perspectives, looking at the problem from differing angles, learning quite a bit. I often say in the spaces within which I operate that the criminals, whether it's cyber criminals or others, they have no hesitation of working together. They have no hesitation to spend the money that needs to be spent. And I can tell you, when they make a decision on spending, it's not going to spend months in procurement. So we are at a natural disadvantage. If they want a boat, they're going to buy a boat, and they're going to buy the best one. If they want a phone or a camera, it's not going to be caught up. The funding is not going to come through the Accountant General Department. You know what? Let me not. But the point is that we must be efficient, we must be intentional, and we must be precise in what we do, and we must work together. One of our key partners, and I am always encouraged when I hear them speak on matters relating to cybercrimes, because I feel encouraged at the fact that we have a very mature, relative to other spaces in the Caribbean, we have a very mature legislative framework. Our jurisprudence has advanced to the point where we have legislation in relation to cybercrimes that is often the envy of other spaces. And so I am interested to hear what our next presenter will speak on, speaking from a prosecutor's perspective in tackling cybercrime in Jamaica. The next presenter, she's Assistant Director of Public Prosecutions at the Office of the DPP, Head of the Cybercrimes and Digital Forensics Unit, and Deputy Head of the Mutual Legal Assistance and Financial Crimes Unit. She has prosecuted a number of complex matters, and she is part of the Jamaican delegation which negotiated the United Nations Cybercrimes Convention. She is quite able to address this body today. Please welcome Ms. Judy-Ann Edwards, Assistant DPP.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, and thank you so much to the Ministry of National Security for inviting the Office of the DPP. It has been quite an interesting conference so far, and the Office of the DPP hopes that we can engage you and offer some perspective and understanding in terms of prosecution of cybercrimes from our practical experience. Now, as the moderator indicated, this presentation will focus on the prosecutor's experience in the use of the local legislation. Now, I must confess that I started preparing this presentation, and our Jamaican Cybercrimes Act is quite robust, and I started preparing this presentation thinking that I had a lot of time. But then when I looked back at the agenda, I realized I have only 10 minutes. So this presentation will focus specifically on the investigative powers that the investigator or the law enforcement has in relation to investigating cybercrimes and gathering digital evidence generally. So I'll start with a basic introduction to the Cybercrimes Act of 2015. Now, this legislation replaced the 2010 Cybercrimes Act, and it's established several cybercrimes. Cybercrimes, in a sense, in the true form, the true cybercrimes, as practitioners will call it, are crimes where a computer is used. Those are also termed as cybercrimes where a computer is used. So if the computers did not exist, these types of crimes would not exist any at all. I'll tell you further what the offenses are. But just a bit of background in relation to our Cybercrimes Act of 2015. This legislation was influenced. There are several offenses. And in colloquial language, persons will call those type of offenses hacking, or where the attack on the computer itself. So as I indicated earlier, true cybercrimes are where it is that if a computer did not exist, then these type of offenses would not exist. However, where it is that the computer is used and there might be traditional crimes, traditional offenses, but the computer meaning ranging from any digital device, a computer, a phone, etc., where there might be evidential material on that device, or the device is used to facilitate the commission of a traditional offense. So our understanding or our work in prosecuting criminal offenses is not only in relation to the offenses that exist or are established under the legislation, but also instances where there's a traditional crime, whatever crime exists from time immemorial, fraud, murder, theft, forgery, all those crimes existed before the invention of computers, but we see where the devices might be used to facilitate the commission of the offense, or digital material might be found on that device that can assist with the investigation and prosecution of those crimes. Now, in our Cyber Crimes Act of 2015, there are certain powers that the investigator, law enforcement, might have in gathering the necessary material, the evidential material, to aid the prosecutor in successfully prosecuting these crimes. We have, firstly, the preservation of data. That, in a sense, is where an officer can serve a notice on a person to preserve whatever data that is relevant to the investigation of a crime. There's also a search and seizure warrant, where a warrant is ordered for the authorizing the police to search and seize the relevant device information or data that would be pertinent to the investigation. Now, this presentation will focus on the production order. What the production order is, according to our Cyber Crimes Act of 2015, the provision is found in Section 21 of the Cyber Crimes Act, and the court has the power to issue a production order compelling the subject of that order, who is in possession or control of the data, to surrender access to that data to the investigative authority for the purposes of a criminal investigation or criminal proceedings. Now, in focusing on the production order, it is important to note that the law outlines certain provisions or certain steps, certain safeguards in relation to how it is that this order, things that are to be included in the order. And given the nature of cyber crimes, you can understand why it is that this order, like several other investigative powers that the police may have, might be regarded as intrusive. They might be regarded as a breach of various fundamental rights that citizens may have. And it's not limited to rights that exist. Well, for the purposes of the Cyber Crimes Act, there are certain rights that are guaranteed under our Charter of Rights that every citizen of Jamaica enjoys. But the issue related to human rights, it's not only relation to Jamaica, because there are certain rights that exist internationally that states in sharing information, or in instances that the panelists in the former panel discussion, where there might be transnational crimes or crimes, because the reality is the nature of cyber crimes that it's not limited to a particular jurisdiction. It's not limited to Jamaica. It's not a traditional crime where someone might, if someone is charged for larceny, for example, chances are if they physically take an item from this room, within 20 minutes, how far that person can get with that item is limited to Jamaica, unless it is they have a jet or a helicopter waiting on them outside. But the nature of cybercrimes is it happens so quickly that where the item might be stolen or fraudulently obtained online, in tracking it, there are a myriad of places across the globe that you might need to follow, and you're following the money. So it is important in international cooperation to understand that the states that Jamaica may be seeking assistance from, they would want to know or be assured that in exercising the investigative powers that the police have, that there are certain human rights that are protected. And in the negotiations of the United Nations Convention on Cybercrimes, that was a sticking point throughout. For those who were following, you would have realized that a lot of the member states, they were hesitant to agree to certain provisions because they wanted to be assured that the states that they would be partnering with or the states that they would be assisting have robust laws and measures in place in protecting the rights of citizens or protecting the data that would be shared. Not only, so from a prosecutorial perspective, if it is that an industrious police officer, hardworking, diligent, does all that is necessary to obtain a production order and get the relevant material for the prosecution of the crime, all of his effort might be to not, if it is that at the time of prosecuting the offenses, that a lawyer for the defendant would indicate that in gathering this information, the rights of the accused person was breached. And then that evidence may be inadmissible, meaning it may not form a part of the body of evidence that the prosecution can rely upon to prove the guilt of the accused. So I'm giving that background to just to indicate one of the challenges that we may face is that we need evidence that would be admissible in court, because ultimately we are focused on presenting the best evidence to the court in a form that the court would accept. One thing to bear in mind is that the rights throughout the investigation, the rights of the accused person or the rights of the citizens generally, whether witnesses or accused, must be respected. Now, in focusing on this order, an analysis of recently decided case before the Constitutional Court in relation to the issue of the constitutionality of the production order is the decided case Amoy Leon Issa against Detective Constable Julian Fraser, Attorney General, and others. Now, background to this case is that an ex parte application was made by the Detective Constable for the grant of a production order in respect to a key to an iPhone, key being the password, to an iPhone that was the property of the claimant for the purpose of an investigation. And the application was granted by the parish court. The claimant challenged the order on the basis that it was unconstitutional as it failed to take into account any likely contents of the iPhone which should be excluded on the basis that they are personal data protected by the Data Protection Act and privileged documents, etc. So in essence, if it is that a police or an investigator requires your device, there might be some material on the device that is not necessary to the investigation. Now, we have the right to our privacy, of course, and this right is enshrined and protected under the Constitution. So the court in this case had to examine the constitutionality of this provision that allowed for an agent of the state to access your personal device things that might be very private to you that has nothing at all to do with the investigation. Is that constitutional? That is, in essence, was what the courts examined, because the protection of privacy, of property, and any other communication, that is a protected right. However, in our society, generally, persons are quick to note, it is my right, I have a right. It's a breach of my right, but in law and under the Constitution, no right is absolute. Every single right that you can think of has a limitation, because there are circumstances where you may not be, you would not be able to freely exercise that right. So, for example, your right to liberty may be restricted if it is that you are charged for an offense and you're placed in custody. Your right to freedom of expression, that can also be restricted, where it is that you can be charged under the Cybercrimes Act for malicious communications. A civil suit may be brought against you for defamation. So every right that there is has a restriction or a limitation. So in determining the constitutionality of the production order that is provided for under the Cybercrimes Act, the court noted that the test is whether there's a breach of the law, the breach of the right, infringes your guaranteed right. Is there an infringement of your right? And if it does, is that infringement demonstrably justifiable in a free and democratic society? What that basically means is that if it's justifiable, is that restriction on that right justifiable based on the needs of the democratic society in which we all reside? And it goes into how it is that the test is applied. And what the court noted is that the state has a legitimate aim in reducing crimes and in strengthening the investigative powers in relation to all the crimes that fall under the legislation. The purpose of the Cybercrimes Act is to assist the police with investigations, because the reality is, if it is that we have a Cybercrimes Act, we have these offenses where the computer might be targeted, or we have offenses where a computer might not be used, a computer might have been used. How is it the arm of the state that is required to ensure that we reside in a society that investigate criminal offenses, they would have a significant challenge in investigating those crimes and to ensure that the citizens enjoy a safe space. So the court looked at the right of the citizen and the interest, the purpose of the Cybercrimes Act. What is the intention? And it was also noted that these specific criminal activities and criminal organization, that the measure that is adopted must be sufficiently and reasonably justified given the seriousness of the risk and threat to public and national safety. And in the event that the state fails to meet its obligation in enacting legislation with the primary objective of reducing these criminal threats, if the state obligation is not met with strict application of legislation, the safety and well-being, as well as the peace, order, and good governance of the Jamaican society will remain at risk. So I noted this import. I extracted this language directly from the case, because when you weigh the potential impact of cybercrimes and the rights of the citizen, if it is that we don't have this legislation and these crimes are not criminalized and the investigators don't have this power, then the impact could possibly be catastrophic. The peace, order, and good governance of Jamaican society may be compromised. So the court weighed all of these in determining whether it is that the production order was unconstitutional, and they also looked at the safeguards in the legislation that allows an agent of the state, usually a police officer, to get that information or get access to that data. I looked, so the safeguards, how is it, if it is that you get that, if the police officer has access to that data, is the officer at large in terms of what it is he or she can access, how long he or she can access. Yes, this information may be necessary, but do you have access to every information on my phone? Is it an indefinite time period that you will have access to it? How is it that you balance the individual rights vis-a-vis the obligation that the state has to protect its citizens? And the court found that this legislation had sufficient safeguards to protect the citizens, that there was certainty by way of time limits, and there was a restriction in terms of what data the state would have access to, and what methods are used to ensure the integrity, security, and confidentiality of the data, and limiting the necessity and the use of the protection order to the specific content to which the order is sought. So if it is that let's say, for example, the order would state that the officer requires specific data in relation to, let's say for argument's sake, information that might be found on a particular social media app. Or if it's that specific, or it might be more far-reaching, but depending on whatever the order says, the investigator would have limits in terms of what it is that they would have access to. And these safeguards are important. And I'll take back a slide in this particular case where I believe it was a case coming from the United States, where it indicates that what the court's duty is to protect the citizens, because there might be instances where there might be a risk that a system of surveillance for the protection of national security may undermine or even destroy democracy under the cloak of protecting it. The court must be satisfied that there are adequate measures in place to protect against that risk. Now, in conclusion, the court found that the provision in the Cybercrimes Act that permitted the production order, it was constitutional. The necessary safeguards in Section 21, they existed. The harm or risk of the enjoyment of the right to privacy is proportionate to the state's aim of improving investigative measures for detection and investigation of serious crimes in a digitally and technologically advanced society. So, in closing, one of the challenges that the prosecutors may face is having reliable and relevant evidence that is sufficient for presentation in court in proving whatever offense it is. And if it is that the legislation is used in a way and it is followed, then it is unlikely that this evidence would be rejected by the court. So thank you. That is the end of my presentation.
Thank you very much, Ms. Edwards, Assistant DPP, for that perspective, from a prosecutor's perspective. Indeed, we can't go after the cyber criminals without, of course, having a strong prosecutorial insight pursuing them. At this time, we are going to invite Mr. Morgan to come forward once again. He has a panel that he's going to chair. We're going to be taking liberties with time. We're a bit behind, and so I expect that in managing this discussion, looking at key agreements and collaboration across the region, that we will use the time very carefully so that we can catch up. So at this time, Mr. Morgan, over to you.
Thank you, moderator. Might I invite my panelists to come up, Ms. Edwards and Mr. Kaur? Mic check, mic check, mic check. Mic check, mic check. Mic check. Sir Kaur, have a seat, please. Thank you. Yeah, all right. Sure. Yes, man. Put the lady in the middle. You know, while we wait on Ms. Edwards to come up, during her presentation, there was a time when I started feeling very anxious when she started to cite all the risks and the constitutional safeguards that were needed. And then I remember that she started with, our Cybercrimes Act is robust. So I said, no need to worry. Thank you. Ms. Edwards, please have a seat. So, second armchair discussion. And no, I will not be hosting all of them, right, in case you're wondering. So let me just invite our panelists to introduce themselves. Ms. Edwards, you would have introduced yourself earlier, but just for the purpose of our discussion, just restate, and then Mr. Kaur.
Thank you. My name is Julian Edwards, Assistant Director of Public Prosecutions, Head of the Cybercrime and Forensics Unit, and Deputy Head of the Mutual Legal Assistance and Financial Crimes Unit at the Office of the
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Andre Kaur, Senior Assistant Attorney General and Director of Legal Services in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade.
Thank you, Sir Kaur. So our theme for this discussion is the international and regional cyber conventions' impact on international cooperation and local crime fighting measures. And I fear that our two presenters, our colleague from CARICOM Impacts and Julian, you've been so effective that we almost don't need this panel. So it's gonna feel like a sprint. Yeah, but I note the passive suggestion from our moderator that I'm to be quite efficient with managing this one. So, international agreements. I mean, we've heard a lot about cyber crimes, transnational crimes, cost, the relationship, the intersection, and the fact that they are borderless. Right? I think that point is well made. And so we appreciate that you could be sitting in this very room and your device, your cellular device in your pocket, maybe with the exception of my colleague Godfrey Sterling, right, who's the head of our CERT. Your device could be compromised right here in your pocket by someone in an entirely different part of this world. So that's significant. So let's get right into it then, and let me ask, how then do we promote responsible behavior in cyberspace? What are the rules? What is governance? We spoke earlier from DPP's office, we heard about the regulatory picture here in Jamaica, but more globally, what is that environment like? Andre, you want to start with this one?
Thank you for that question. So in terms of promoting responsible cyber behavior, One of the key things that's in place is just creating a regulatory framework that deters irresponsible or criminal activity or criminal behavior. Last year, the global community came together and negotiated and adopted the UN Convention on Cybercrime. And that was truly the first global effort that's geared towards promoting the prevention of cybercrime as well as promoting international cooperation in the punishment of cybercrime. Prior to that, we had in place the Budapest Convention, which initially started with a more regional focus because it came out of Europe. It was negotiated by about 40-something European countries. And that sort of created the blueprint, and Ms. Edwards mentioned it in her presentation, that even though Jamaica is not a party to the Budapest Convention, the legislation that we have in place now is heavily influenced by the provisions of that convention. And there are quite a number of other countries, over 150 countries, who may not be party to the Budapest Convention, but they also have a relatively similar framework that is influenced by that. So there is this sort of emerging similarity of legal landscape that is allowing countries to cooperate to prevent and punish criminal activity in the cyberspace.
All right, thank you for that. Very, very important. So we have two very significant instruments mentioned, recently negotiated, UN Treaty on Cybercrimes. Will be open for signature soon, not open yet, but this is intended to be a symbol of global consensus on how to treat with cybercrimes in particular. And we have the Budapest Convention, which we relied on heavily for our developing our local legislation. Ms. Edwards, if you would, could you share a little bit about what are some of the, I mean, you touched on it in the presentation, but in the more working text of the agreement, why is it important to have these kinds of agreements, and how does it help in prosecuting cyber offenses in particular?
Thank you for that question. All right, one of the most important chapters, the different varying chapters, the established crimes that are established under the convention, the investigative powers, and the international cooperation chapter. Those are important provisions in terms of Jamaica and the prosecution of offenses. But of those three, yes, investigations are important, but international cooperation, that is a significant chapter, because a lot of the crimes that may affect Jamaica that occur somewhere in cyberspace, a lot of the evidence that may be required is not located, in terms of the service provider, is not located in Jamaica. And our law enforcement authorities would not have the jurisdiction to go in another state and get that evidence. And as we know, a lot of the consumers of social media or other platforms or applications, most of those are, well, perhaps all of those, most if not all, of the main ones or the most popular ones are located overseas. So in instances where there might be digital material, whether it be a conversation using a communication app or the sharing of content, being a picture, video, etc., whatever that communication may constitute an offense, or that might be evidence required for our law enforcement to investigate and ultimately the prosecution to prosecute the offense. Now, the international cooperation chapter is significant because it allows for cooperation between Jamaica and other states who are parties to that convention in sharing the evidence, and that would allow us to present it in a manner that is accepted by the court. Because without it, yes, perhaps you know that this communication was made, but we don't have the information in a manner that might be presentable in court. So the law enforcement and prosecution, we may have recognized over the past couple of years that there might be, even if it is that the officers have the information for the purpose of intelligence gathering, for the purpose of presenting it in court, there might be a challenge, especially where it is with states that do not have a mutual legal assistance treaty with Jamaica. So it is very significant to Jamaica and the prosecution of some if not all offenses.
Thank you for that. So, very important takeaway on the prosecutorial side. It is important in being able to have some reliability in how to collect evidence and have that presented in court. The flip side to that on the law enforcement side is that there also needs to be common practice among law enforcement agencies in different territories so that the evidence can be made available in the event that there is a cybercrime. So the description of offenses in particular is very important, that these are common across territories insofar as they can be, because the points to prove will be similar, strengthening the probability of there being evidence that will be admissible in your jurisdiction. So let's do a little check with the audience. How many persons here, by show of hands? And let me tell you before, this is the part where you participate, right? So when I say show hands, I actually mean show hands. How many persons know that Jamaica mandates all technology providers to store your data in Jamaica? I know I would have catch some people. So that would be excellent if we did that. But that is one of the major gaps in regulating technology service providers, because you don't always have control over where your data is stored. And that's exactly why the agreements are important, so that you can reach into other countries and get support in investigating offenses. Because you may have, I don't want to use bank because I might cause you to panic, so let me use your emails. You might be able to access you are able to access your emails here. You see them on your computer screen, and in your mind, you always know that when you go to your computer and try to access your emails, they'll be available, largely. But do you know that those emails could actually be sitting on a server somewhere in Vietnam or somewhere in the US? So that data is actually not here in Jamaica. You are just able to see it. And that means that your data sometimes is susceptible to the legal jurisdiction of another country, and those rules may differ. This is a nice point for me to segue, Sir Kaur, from where you sit at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Would you say that there is a very strong consensus globally on how to regulate cyberspace?
I think the fact that the international community was able to conclude the treaty, the UN convention, in a relatively short period of time, it took like about 5 years. In international law, that's very short. So when you think about international law, it's far removed from a lot of persons, but simple things like navigation, the way you use the waterways, that's governed by an international convention that took over 3 decades to negotiate. So the fact that the international community was able to agree in large part on what the regulatory framework should be like in a relatively short period of time, it shows that there is great consensus that something needs to be done and something needs to be put in place so that more countries could cooperate. And there's also relative synergy between the Budapest Convention, which existed before, and what has now been put in place in the new UN Convention. And the importance of having developing states at the table in negotiating that is that we were able to include things that were missing from the Budapest Convention. So there's provisions for technology transfer, there's provisions for capacity building and training and providing assistance to developing states, because as Ms. Edwards mentioned, the convention will provide an avenue for Jamaican prosecutors have access to evidence and information that they may need to prosecute cases, but it also goes the other way. So it makes no sense to have an international convention where the partners that you might need to assist you do not have the capacity to provide that assistance. So those are some of the things that were built into the new UN convention.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you so much, Sir Core. And tying this back to the earlier discussion, where the first recommendation for how we can improve our capacity to fight against the connection with cybercrime and transnational crime, the first thing was cooperation and sharing information. So these agreements are very important in setting those standards and pointing states in that direction. And I'm happy to hear that on a global scale, we collectively seem to be heading in that direction. And just for added context, the Budapest Convention, one of the criticisms of it is that it was negotiated by a smaller group of countries, 47 European countries, or 47 member states of the European Council. But in terms of buy-in, more than 70 countries actually signed on to it. So the point is, countries globally have long agreed that there has to be some amount of connectivity among themselves in how they approach the fight against cybercrime. So very happy to hear of the new convention and looking forward to see what the take-up will be like. The last thing I'll ask Julian to go into, you mentioned mutual legal assistance. Tell us a little bit more about that and why is that relevant to this discussion?
All right, so mutual legal assistance, it's a framework where, Jamaica has a legislation, the Mutual Assistance for Criminal Matters Act, commonly called MACMA, and that legislation allows for Jamaica, it outlines the procedure and the law in respect of Jamaica getting assistance from foreign territories and foreign territories getting assistance from us in respect of the investigation of criminal matters. There is a formal channel that is established under that legislation, and various states may have mutual legal assistance treaties with Jamaica, and then we still must comply with the requirements under our local law, which is MACMA. The Office of the DPP, the DPP is the central authority in respect of those requests for assistance, and where requests for assistance is made by Jamaica or to Jamaica. So all of those formal requests must go through our office. There's a mutual legal assistance unit, and we receive requests and we make requests to various member states depending on the international framework that both our bilateral framework that the member states may have. Now, what is important is that even though that is a formal route to getting assistance and getting information, and this mutual legal assistance framework is not limited to cybercrime offenses. This existed long before we contemplated that there would be a cybercrime legislation or be a cybercrime treaty. But notwithstanding that formal channel exists, that does not prevent law enforcement from utilizing informal means for intelligence gathering. However, if it is that there might be some hurdles in using the informal means, or if it is that the evidence or information being gathered might need to be packaged in a way that might be accepted or admitted by the court, then the formal channel might be used. So in a nutshell, that's basically the mutual legal assistance framework. I'm not sure if Mr. Core has anything to add. Sorry, I don't mean to.
No, that's absolutely fine. Go ahead.
Ms. Edwards mentioned the mutual legal assistance framework that is established under MACMA. For countries that we don't have a bilateral treaty with, or they're not a part of the Commonwealth arrangement, so they're not one of the scheduled countries under the legislation, there is a longer process, which is international judicial cooperation, also known as letters rogatory. So where essentially a judge in another country will send through diplomatic channels, so through their foreign ministry to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs here, a request that is transmitted to the Supreme Court. And then the Supreme Court will make a determination as to whether or not they can assist that judge or that judicial authority in complying with the request. The scope of assistance is a bit more limited than that can be provided under MACMA, but that is also another avenue of international legal cooperation.
Thank you for that. Very, very useful. So what I want you to take away from this, colleagues, is that if you know persons who are affected by cybercrimes, if you yourself are affected by cybercrimes, report it. Report it to the police, because there are avenues to be exploited in investigating and prosecuting offenders. Don't tell yourself that all is lost. And the more persons come forward, is the more we are driven to make sure that these institutional arrangements work. So encourage the people in your circles to make these disclosures. Cybercrime is one of those offenses that are suspected to be grossly underreported in Jamaica. And we at the ministry are taking some steps to explore how we can strengthen that among our population. So that is what I would want to leave you with. I'm going to open the floor shortly for questions, but just to recap. So we looked at the regulation of cyberspace from the international perspective, drilling down to the domestic perspective. And you would have received presentations from our colleague at CARICOM, our discussions in the early armchair discussion and presentation from Ms. Edwards from the DPP. We know that there are international agreements negotiated to give states guidance on how to treat with cyber threats. We know that there are regional cooperation mechanisms, projects that were discussed. We also have a harmonization framework in CARICOM, where there's an effort to harmonize legislation among CARICOM countries to strengthen the probability of successful prosecution. So a lot is happening. We might not have a regional agreement within CARICOM, but there are enough initiatives, I would say, that pull us together as CARICOM countries, and we are set to come even closer and have our framework strengthened to fight against cybercrimes and other forms of transnational crimes that are enabled or supported by cybercrimes. Any last words from my panelists? No? All right.
Not before lunch.
All right, not before lunch. And I hate to be the person between you and lunch. So opening the floor, probably take 2 questions, and then I'll hand over to our moderator and thank our panelists. Any questions from the floor? Yes, sir.
Sorry. Oftentimes, though, from a practical perspective, the attempts to prevent a crime from occurring and to investigate rapidly within the context of a continuing and current activity is not necessarily aided by the formalities. And we do know that, you know, sometimes you have to have government-to-government transmission of information before it gets to the actual law enforcement information, or rather entity. Sometimes when we have these emergent activities, we are told, certainly by some of our law enforcement partners overseas, that you have to give them notification of your request for information like within an hour of a crime being detected, so that they can utilize urgent methodologies to provide information, even on an intelligence basis. How do we reconcile that within the context of the time gap and the criticality of information requirements, and balance that obviously against the more formal processes for better effect?
Julian, I think this one is for you.
All right, thank you for that question. Well, it is a fact that oftentimes the mutual legal assistance framework might not be the most expeditious route. But as I indicated earlier, that in intelligence gathering, there are other mechanisms that might be utilized. But what I wish to note is that in the Convention on Cybercrimes, one of the requirements of the member states is that there should be procedural measures in each territory that allows for expedite, because we know within the context of cybercrime that the material is particularly volatile. It might be deleted very quickly. So there's a requirement for expedited preservation of data, expedited interception of communications, and there is a 24/7 network which currently exists in Jamaica and other territories. That channel can also be utilized. But within the context of the cybercrimes, there are certain guidelines in terms of what information you can get using the 24/7 network. And each state that is a party to that treaty, you're required, you're obligated to ensure that your domestic law or your domestic framework has a mechanism in place for the expeditious sharing of data.
So I think it comes down to us, Colonel, as practitioners, to figure out what that mechanism would look like that can increase the chances of having that data available quickly or reports processed quickly.
Andre, just to also add, the point that the question that you raised, it is one that affects a lot of practitioners, and one of the methods that we have been using to address some of these issues is to enter into specific agency-to-agency bilateral agreements. So there are some law enforcement agencies that will have MOUs or agreements with their counterparts that facilitates information sharing. And then when it's time for you, when you require that evidence now for a prosecution, that's when you then make the request through the more formal MLA channels. But that could also be something that you could consider if you do have international partners that you require to share information with quickly. That's something that you could also consider.
Thank you for that. So one last question. I think I saw a hand on this side of the room. While he works on his mic, was there anyone from this side? I didn't look on this side. No? Okay, thank you.
All right.
Go ahead, Dave.
Good afternoon, everyone. What are the current limitations when it comes to your litigation and your ability to prosecute, and what is currently being done to enhance or improve that?
All right, so I heard a question. So he's asking what are some of the limitations now in prosecuting offenses and what is currently being done to improve or to mitigate some of those risks in prosecuting offenses. That's the question, right, then?
Generally or specifically in relation to cybercrimes? Okay. All right. One of the, because as I indicated throughout my presentation, that what is important to us is having the evidence in a form that is admissible in court. One of the limitations that we have is getting the evidence in a timely manner. There are some cases that some data that might be time sensitive, these might be deleted after a particular time. So in terms of gathering the information and having the required reports within a short time, that is one of the challenges in digital evidence and having it ready for court. In terms of what is being done, one of the things that I can say is that our office, we have been having conversations with law enforcement in terms of the form that the evidence is presented to us and if it can be presented to us in a shorter time frame.
Thank you for that. And if I may add, so there are two significant limitations. The court sometimes has competing offenses that they can accommodate. And the police also sometimes are faced with challenges in recruiting and retaining investigators specialized in cyber crimes investigations. So I'll close there. I'm going to hand over to our moderator. I think we can start smelling the food now. So I don't know how many persons are still listening to me, but I thank you very much for your patience Let me say that, and hope that you have a good lunch. Thank you, everyone, for accommodating. Thank you, my panelists. I was. Thank you, Andre. One of the things I learned in public speaking is never to leave the lectern unattended. So I'm going to bill Dennis.
Thank you very much. All right, our final presentation before, and I'm going to announce at this point in time that we will be having a working lunch. Is that okay with everyone? So we're going to be, in order to make up for time, we will have a working lunch. And so our presenter from the Bank of Jamaica, Mr. Ramakan, has been duly advised. At this time, I'm going to invite a director in risk intelligence and alter intelligence to come forward. Jonathan Nelson is going to be presenting to us on the emergence of misinformation, disinformation, and cyber attacks on the political process. I expect this presentation to be absolutely fascinating. Put your hands together for him.
Can I get some support with the presentation? It's not coming up. Go. Okay, great. Let me just make sure it works. I go back. Okay, fantastic. All right. Hi, everyone. I have been saved from being in the non-enviable position of standing between all of you and your lunch. And so now my voice will be harmonizing your lunch, so we're better off. My name is Jonathan Nelson. I'm the Director of Risk Intelligence at Alto Intelligence. I want to say thank you to MNS and to all of the organizers thank you. I keep growing. For having me and for putting on this lovely event, this very necessary and timely event. Today, I will be speaking about the weaponization of the public information ecosystem, particularly in the context of electoral processes, but also from a broader perspective that helps us understand how influence is now a critical element of the cyber threat actor toolkit and what we can do about it. Very briefly, I work for a company called Alto Intelligence. We are based in Madrid, Spain. We have offices in Brazil, in the UK, and also activity in the US, and we have projects heavily in LATAM and the Caribbean, in Africa, as well as in Europe. We are freaks about mapping the public digital sphere. What does that mean? For us, that means we aggregate public intelligence. That means digital activity produced across a wide range of sources, a wide range of geographies, and a very broad range of languages, from things like news media, blogs, forums, social media, all the way through to deep and dark web. And we map out the interconnections among that activity to identify patterns of anomalies that enable us to better understand threat actor tactics, techniques, and procedures. And I'll show some examples of that work today. So, as I mentioned, we work with some of the world's largest critical infrastructure companies, as well as with public institutions and multilateral organizations. So I'll discuss mis and disinformation within the context of risk from a critical infrastructure perspective. I also want to discuss trust as a critical currency and how the erosion of trust is a fundamental component to understand in the current threat landscape. We'll discuss the new frontier of the internet and how the new capabilities of the AI landscape are enabling certain techniques that are increasing risk for public and private organizations that are also highly relevant to the electoral process. And we'll show a few case studies. So I'm not sure if you're all familiar with this report from the World Economic Forum that's come out every year for, I believe, over the past 10 years, called the Global Risk Report. And interestingly, over the past few years, mis and disinformation as an immediate short-term risk has continued to ascend on that list. Importantly, as you can see, there are also other important risks that are noted among the potential risks that have the possibility of generating a destabilizing force for global economic and social cohesion, including societal polarization, cyber espionage and warfare, and the adverse outcomes of AI technologies. As you can see here, it's critical to note that the information ecosystem is not disconnected from the other critical risks that govern the stability of our societies, especially when we speak about the context of electoral processes. Shortly, I will discuss the context and the concept of hybrid threats and the importance of a healthy and well-supported information ecosystem to accompany the fantastic efforts that are being conducted in cyber resilience. The one does not exist without the other. I won't mention in too much depth some of these cases that have been mentioned before, but I think it is critical to note that disinformation and cybersecurity, again, and I insist, need to be understood as part of the same toolkit. There are notable incidents, including attacks on media in Jamaica that have surfaced recently, that were a major part of kind of the circulation of in the media ecosystem. COVID-19 misinformation across LATAM was a major theme in terms of societal polarization and foreign influence that was targeted in a fashion to undermine specific narratives and trust in public health interventions, which we worked on in 2022, and I'll show that as a part of one of the upcoming case studies. But also within the context of the increasing threat landscape and the increasing digitalization of the nations in Latin America, cybersecurity incidents are increasing. Ransomware threats are increasing. Over 144 million cyber attack attempts in 2022 alone, and growing since that point. And this all linked to the increasing attack surface linked to increasing digitalization. So when we take all that into account, we can understand that trust as a critical currency in Western liberal societies to ensure the fluid functioning of an open media ecosystem. It requires the collaboration and coalitions of many different actors: media, government, private sector, public sector, those that design and create the actual infrastructure for which communications to exist upon. And while this can drive accountability, within the new technological context, we see new serious risks and vulnerabilities. We see a convergence of online influence and digital and physical risks. The US elections and the January 6 riots, for example, the significant studies into Brexit and the relevance of foreign influence and manipulation and interference from specific adversarial actors, both at a geopolitical level and also taking advantage of the incentivized networks of actors working for financial profit, create a really dangerous cocktail that puts into perspective the integrity of electoral processes. We also see how critical infrastructure organizations are also in the crosshairs. During COVID-19, we analyzed the weaponization of the information ecosystem related to telecommunications companies, and noted how, and it was noted publicly in media as well, how 5G and coronavirus conspiracy theories actually led to campaigns that resulted in the burning of over 70 mobile communications towers. Significant operational costs, and also, again, an undermining and a calling into question of critical narratives related to technology and society that have an impact on the public discourse related to elections. So why is all of this occurring, and why is all of this seem to be happening so quickly? Well, our premise is really that the internet was not designed for malicious use or malign intent. The internet was designed for open, fast, decentralized communications. We now live in a different technological context, a very different technological context. So for all of, I think we're all in this room because we love the digital ecosystem. We're fans of it, we're supporters of it, we want to make it better. And for all of the positivity that an open digital ecosystem brings us, anonymity, the ability for dissidents in certain social contexts or political contexts to voice their opinions, access, speed, scale, commerce, collaboration, creativity, all of that also presents certain risks at an infrastructural level, right? Anonymity means that phishing attacks, VEC, ransom and malware attacks can be conducted with a very difficult threshold for detection of threat actors. Access as well, speed, disinformation and lies and false information can be propagated instantaneously at scale across languages. This can be monetized by ad networks, by merchandising that doesn't respect any type of border or legislation that would aim to limit that, with the capacity to be coordinated in an instant. Speaking of creativity, we've spoken today as well about the relevance of generative AI content within the context of deepfakes. The impact of deepfakes has increased significantly in a relatively short period of time. Some of you may have heard the AI-generated audio of President Biden in 2024 encouraging citizens not to vote. If you haven't heard it, it's on YouTube, and the voice is absolutely indistinguishable. These have also emerged and surfaced in other pre-electoral contexts. So we have fake audio of Keir Starmer emerging last year. 2 days before Slovakia's election, audio recordings were posted and diffused across Facebook in which the politician running for election appeared to be discussing buying votes, right? And I think some of these examples were also mentioned previously. You have quantities in the tens of millions being transferred and stolen from financial institutions due to the sophisticated use of deepfake technology that is impacting organizations and societies across borders, right? And the cases continue and are slated to continue to grow. So this puts us in a context now where we can see how disinformation, or the use of false information, false narratives, false content, false identities, generally created in a synthetic fashion, right, through the use of generative AI increasingly, are used as preparatory attacks at the basis for other cybersecurity attacks, in which they're often used in tandem, right? This is to generate additional impact. This is to undermine the reputation of organizations to be able to then take advantage of or undermine their ability to respond, to increase their capacity for monetization, to dupe individuals into making mistakes, which then lead to more severe vulnerabilities. And the spectrum is very broad. With such a complex and sophisticated digital ecosystem, the types of attacks, the tactics, techniques, and procedures, the TTPs that we are seeing from threat actors is spanning a broader and broader scope. So you have from automated programs and online deception to online impersonation, right? You have deceptive operations to online harassment. You have manipulative content to extremist and online threats. So the gambit is incredibly broad. And when we're looking at how to tackle and how to understand the risks inherent to the electoral process, I want to take us back one step, and I want to ensure that we're all using the same language and understanding kind of the same conceptual frame, which is that the electoral process is not only the electoral process itself. The electoral process is the open information ecosystem that enables discourse, debate, and exchange of information related to key topics that are high on the agenda for citizens ahead of elections. This was also mentioned before. I think a few talks ago about the cybercrime economy being the third largest economy behind China and the U.S. But this is where I was going. So hybrid threats. I want to discuss hybrid threats because I think it's a very important framing to understand why influence and cyber attacks are relevant parts of the same exact threat toolkit and exist within the same ecosystem in a very important way. Hybrid threats is a term that has been increasingly used in the past decade to refer to the combination of military and non-military tactics. So you have conventional and non-conventional tactics, including cyber attacks, targeted influence campaigns, and covert actions that are designed to exploit vulnerabilities while remaining below a threshold of detection and a threshold of open conflict. This is important because, military conflict is costly, both economically and politically. However, with the ability to engage in actions that have the potential for destabilization, adversarial countries, groups, etc., can blur the lines between war and peace and create disruption while maintaining plausible deniability. There are many cases of this impacting critical infrastructure, driving distrust in particular politicians or media organizations in the period or the lead up to elections. And this is conducted in a very specific way, or in a very specific set of ways, using a specific type of digital infrastructure that at Alto we analyze and understand through the creation of synthetic identities, content, and coordination. So I'm going to show a few examples now of how at Alto we map the digital public information ecosystem to anticipate the use of these synthetic identities, content, and coordination, and are able to identify regions for the potential exploitation of these types of risks and impact on the electoral process. This is a case study that we conducted in collaboration with the United Nations Development Program in 2021, specifically related to COVID, online debates, and information pollution in Latin America and the Caribbean. Jamaica was also part of this study. I'm going to show just a kind of a brief snippet, and I'm going to show a more recent analysis that we did using a similar data set, but globally, expanding beyond the Caribbean, to highlight how a space of critical infrastructure, such as public health, can be distorted with impacts on the capacity for the public to trust in the principal sources of information that are critical to the functioning of an election. So you can see here words on the screen, right? And this is kind of a visualization of how social listening would have been conducted in its more nascent stages, right? You want to understand the different types of conversations that are occurring across several different sources. We developed algorithms that enable us to interconnect the keywords and to display them based on their relevant and their usage in the same text. That way, through certain clusterization methodologies, we can determine how terms are being used together and figure out, where are certain types of conversations emerging that may be of interest and that are of importance in the public discourse. This is actually available in that report, but the way that we're able to do that now, that allows us to understand how actors themselves are engaging and producing content in a debate related to specific narratives, is much more sophisticated. What you're seeing here is a use of our technologies and our algorithms that results in a social network analysis. So this is a computational analysis, which is a message propagation network. We're able to see 1.3 million digital identities generating over 11 million interactions related to a public debate on vaccines and public health globally in English and in French. So the little dots that you see on the screen, those nodes, are digital identities or profiles. Every time they engage with another profile, the algorithm assigns a degree of gravity, if you will, and the more frequently they interact, the higher possibility they have of being clustered together. So what you end up getting are these different communities, and we can do deep dives into those communities to understand across different sources, including social media, news media, deep and dark web, etc., what are the principal areas of conversation and debate, and where specific types of patterns or anomalies are emerging that allow us to understand in a preventive fashion where public institutions, media organizations, critical infrastructure organizations should be paying attention to ahead of major critical events. One of the key insights that we're able to derive specifically from this social network analysis is the degree to which synthetic activity, so users demonstrating abnormally high activity, statistically abnormally high activity, participating at levels that would require the support or use of automated or semi-automated techniques, are able to influence the volume of false or unsubstantiated or anti-scientific narratives related to a specific topic. So imagine heading into an election year and understanding that a specific conversation related to public health institutions or organizations was being maligned by a certain type of organizations to a certain degree that was distorting the public debate. This is the type of work that we do. In this specific case, we're able to identify that less than 1% of all authors generated 25%, so a quarter of all the activity in the entire network. So when we talk about distortion and what you may identify as a healthy or balanced public debate, we can see that statistically is not what is occurring. And so countermeasures, collaborations with media ecosystems, interventions and collaborations with media platforms, increased media literacy engagements can be evaluated and assessed on the basis of these types of research. We also conducted a study a year and a half ago related to EU African migration, given the fact that migration is such a critical topic on the EU electoral agenda. We published this in collaboration with several EU delegations in South Africa. And we identified some really incredible insights in this one as well. So you can see here a similar type of social network analysis in which you have 60,000 profiles producing over 130,000 interactions, and they're clustered into their distinct communities, which gives us an idea or allows us to do a deep dive into what's being discussed. What are the key topics of engagement and what are the areas of vulnerability, right? So we can see how you have local communities engaging, you have international opposition to migration in certain contexts or certain languages, you have the public debate largely driven by public institutions at the core of the network. And again, we see that 1% of users are generating nearly a quarter of the results, right? So demonstrating evidence that in the context of EU African migration in English, French, and Arabic, the balance of the conversation, what a normal user might engage with or come across when they are reading and consuming social media activity or news related to a specific key topic of interest, is not balanced in the way that one might presume. Furthermore, in that specific analysis, on public digital channels, we were able to identify the sale and purchase of trips, of guns, of arms. So essentially, my point is that using these types of techniques, these open source intelligence techniques, where we start from the 30,000-foot view and we map out the public digital sphere, we're able to understand how, from the kind of the more generic public debate that occurs on spaces like Twitter, open news media, we see a funneling into specific and targeted channels of more acute threats. So, I mean, I'll leave us with that. I think with the case studies, I've kind of offered a good amount of context there on our methodology and the way that we work. Within the context of elections, I think it's critical to highlight that synthetic identities and AI-generated personas mimicking real individuals are making it harder for any individual to distinguish between real and fake accounts. We're seeing automation of deepfakes as a democratization of this type of technology, in which anyone can create a deepfake for a wide array of uses. But for malign use, this obviously has a fundamental economic incentive. In addition to micro-targeting, this is all of the tools that have been generated and the infrastructure that was generated for marketing at scale to target in a precision fashion individuals based on preferences, geography, general interests can now be used in the same way for influence operations in which disinformation and false narratives are a key piece. This is automated, and the ability to detect these actors is becoming increasingly more difficult. So, yeah, I think it all sounds quite dark. I think this is my talk has been pretty negative. I think sorry for for that during lunchtime, but I mean there are things we can do, and I've heard fantastic things already today, and I'm sure we'll hear more about how we can strengthen media literacy and public awareness, enhance cybersecurity for electoral system, regulate political advertising and online campaigns in a meaningful way, and enhance election monitoring in a cross-regional and international fashion. So, again, I'm Jonathan Nelson from Alto Intelligence. I appreciate you having me for lunch, and happy to talk after if anyone's interested. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jonathan, for that very sobering presentation. Our democracies, our political systems, administrations can be raised and brought down through cyber attacks, and so therefore that information is so critical. All right, as we're in the middle of moving through lunch, and so we're going to allow that to happen. I'm going to take liberties, chairman's privilege. At 1:30, we'll resume the presentations. So in the meantime, I'm going to just invite you to enjoy the service courtesy of the AC Hotel. with decades of expertise in advisory consulting, AI, advanced analytics, enterprise computing, and digital transformation. He held leadership roles including CTO of AI and analytics at Cognizant, global CIO at Hinduja Global Solutions, and CTO at National Commercial Bank since 2024. Monique Powell, her name and face, no stranger in these parts. Monique is the founder and CEO of Quick Art, which is a platform powering e-commerce and on-demand delivery for restaurants and stores. Prior to this, she spent 16 years holding various senior tech and marketing-related positions in industries like media, telecoms, and financial services. And Andre Palmer is a seasoned and highly sought-after tech and management consulting leader with over 16 years' experience in driving business transformation across Europe, North America, and here in the Caribbean. He's currently head of practice at Securus, which is a global data privacy consulting firm. He previously held notable roles at Gartner. At this time, I'm going to invite Sarah to come forward. You're going to present to Monique, and then Monique is going to present to Andre.
So this is the Good afternoon, Jamaica. It's always a challenge to start immediately after lunch or during lunch. You know, we got to keep you awake first, and we got to also tell you what's going on. And the topic today that is there available is something that is quite interesting on one side because we manage your money. On the other side, if we don't tell you actually how things are done and what happens in the industry, then you start to have doubts. So I will try in my session to keep you informed of how we manage cybersecurity in the banking and how we protect our customer data. Today we live in a digital age where we are no longer protected by a boundary. You do not have the luxury of saying, okay, I have a boundary very clear and very secure and nothing can come and touch me. The moment we went on to the internet and put our banking on digital, you are now open for access and, people trying to attack, steal, and probe what's going on, right? So you are no longer safe unless you are able to understand what is at stake, what you need to do to monitor and work. Especially in our industry, there is a problem which we have to balance. It is between convenience, giving you access from anywhere, anytime, and also managing the vulnerability when we provide that, right? So naturally, there is a big challenge between how much convenience you can provide, how long you can provide, at what times you provide, and how do you protect yourself. The digital banking boom has changed the way we engage with banks today. There was a time when you have to go to the branch, you have to stand in a queue, get your things done. Today, you can do everything through banking done. In fact, in some of the countries, they charge you if you visit the branch. Yeah, so that's the kind of situation that is happening out in the world. And so the banks have to become really top-notch in terms of understanding how they do technology, how do they monitor, and how do they manage? So our reliance on digital channels, it doesn't matter how many transactions happen. Even if it is one transaction or 100 transactions or 1,000 transactions, you need to monitor each and every one of that and manage that. And the digital channels are also increasing, changing by the day. So it's no longer just one mechanism. We work in a situation where we don't see the person face to face. We are having to rely on pure play technology to ensure we identify who logs in, who does the transaction, and when they leave, that they carry the trust that is there. So there are multiple points where we have to always deal with on a regular basis, which is the difference between convenience and risk. So we keep tracking the mobile, we take online, and we are contactless today is the norm. So how do you have zero trust security? How do you understand who is your customer? Is it genuine, or is it a threat actor who is coming and trying to get access to your systems? So this increases the cyber risk, and accordingly we need to protect our infrastructure, ensure our customers are serviced at the same time, and their trust is managed while we do this in a secure fashion. The attack surfaces today have changed, and they are becoming more and more innovative. So no longer it is a certain type of attack or something that used to happen. Earlier, you put the website, people would only take down that or create traffic problems on that and so on, DDoS attacks. Now no longer that alone is the norm. There are more innovative ways that they are coming. Everything that we do, we are actually trying to prove that we do not have vulnerabilities, and we ensure we have taken care of all of that, and then we are delivering that. What is projected for the future is quite a daunting task. The mobile user surge is going to happen. 50% of the world's population today uses mobile devices, and that's going to increase the way they are going to work with the financial institutions. We are no longer in a situation to say we can't support that or we would support that in a restricted environment. And this is going to go up, right? So by the time we get to 2027, we are expecting the number of users to go to 5.87 billion, right? So that's quite a staggering amount in terms of how it is. Beyond just the traditional banking, which happens through a portal or through a mobile app, there are these wallets which have come in where you can go near a device and based on your phone, you tap on it and you can start working, which creates some more opportunities where you have to additionally secure and then work with. So in this world today, where payments is just one part of the whole transaction of your e-commerce, we have to work on an environment, how we protect your data, and how do we enable all of this to work in a very different way. So what happens in the cyber threat? If you see, financial institutions are a target because they are carrying money. If you can get through and make your way, you have carried out whatever, and your risk is limited in terms of having taken that data and done whatever with it. So we are always required to take care of it from a multi-front perspective. So it's no longer just that we can do it on one side or take care of one channel and then address it. We always have to keep aware the same amount of vigil across different dimensions and address that, because the cost of the breach is very, very, very high. And it just is not about the breach itself. Once we lose the trust, the banking depends on trust in the people. And once we lose the trust, naturally, there is nothing more to do in terms of continuing on the business. So it's very important that we do this. We have to be aware, we have to be alert, and we have to be alert 24/7, right? That's the situation that we are working with. And add to this all of these challenges, You have a remote workforce. COVID came and made everything change differently. It was something that people started working from home and working from wherever, and they would have to deliver. So you needed to provide them with the ability to support that workforce, ensure from wherever they come, you are able to get the work done, validate it, and make sure it's part of what you deliver. There are third-party risks because we engage third parties to do. Today, there is not one organization which can do everything in-house. So when you do that, how do you manage it? There are phishing attacks that are coming in today, which is, again, people trying to, give you a link, send you something, hoping that you will click on it, and the moment you click on it, capture all your data to take care of that. And then there are malware software that can be installed onto your devices which will pull data. So if you really think about it, everywhere there are multiple fronts in which things can happen. Your Trojans, keyloggers, which will capture data the moment you have clicked on it and so on. And then of all of this leads to not just breaking your system, it leads to actually stealing of data. The moment data is stolen, then you have a different set of problem, how to now contain, how to recover, and how to fix that. So we were only dealing with independent areas in cybersecurity. Now the complexity is added with AI, which can enable you to look beyond and start making this threat much more complex in terms of how you do this, right? So if you look at the data that is there, the top institution or the top business that gets affected by this cybersecurity threat is nothing but financial institutions. Of course, from there, the next ones are from the social media and so on. But that becomes your biggest risk, and we need to make sure that we protect ourselves always against that. And what do? We have to have strategy to ensure that we are having clear mechanisms, first to detect, then to protect, and then to respond, right? So on one side, we have to detect what is happening. We have to ensure that once we have detected, we are protecting it, and we have to respond back to make sure that people understand we have taken care of it. Worst case scenario, if after all of that detection and protection and responding, we have a problem, somebody has stolen something, then we have to identify what has been stolen, and then we have to recover. So that makes our job all the more challenging and interesting at the same time. So what we do all of this. Banking is one of the highest regulated industry. Banking is not something that you can just do something, quickly create attention and live with it. You got to really ensure that you are addressing all the regulatory requirements and supporting that. So it happens at all levels. Security is not a one person, one system, one software, one solution activity. It is part of our DNA. So today, there was a time when you go and introduce technology and you go back and tell them, look, we are going to take you online, we are going to give you a marketplace which is worldwide, and then we'll give you access to all that. People will say, okay, go ahead, let's try and let's see what's happening. But today it's no longer the case. When you are there, you are accessed at all levels, which means the whole of the organization needs to know. So today, if you see the topmost is management commitment to security, so which is no longer limited to the employee, the technology, the IT organization which is working, or your front office which is supporting you, but it also is the management that has to commit to do this. That's what we do. Security and privacy is by design. We do not do that as a standalone activity or a separate activity. It is by design in everything that we do, the way we think, the way we design applications, the way we test them, the way we deploy, and the way we monitor and manage that, right, and upgrade that. Also, our defense has to be multi-layered. So it's no longer just at the infrastructure level or the network level or your database level or your application level. We live in a world where it is multi-tiered. multiple applications integrate and interact with each other, and we need to manage that as well. We need to have advanced threat and response, detection and response, which is what we keep investing on and ensuring that we are tracking that to action and ensuring that your data is safe with us. Access control, stringent identity and access control. Today it is what we call a nameless, faceless identity. So we have to have something on zero trust security, which is basically we don't know if your phone has been stolen or your password has been shared or hacked or obtained by some means, who actually is using it, whether it is you or it is somebody else who has taken control of that. So we need to manage and ensure that we know to verify that it is you who is using it. Of course, all of this, we have the regulatory compliance to go back and report any change, anything. And then we got to take care of the risks that are involved. So obviously, everything that we do from a cyber security and management is a risk-based approach. Which one exposes me to the maximum? What's the risk that I have to address? And how do I do it? And not to mention, the weakest link on that is the human risk management. We can do so many systems, we can put technology, we can prevent everything happening. But if by social engineering, people are accessed, people are asked, people share that without understanding what is the impact of that, that becomes your weakest link. And today, most of the largest breaches actually happen through this human chain and the risk involved associated with that. Supply chain risk is there because one system is there affected and then you get to how that is attacked. So I will give you an example of how that was. Today we fortify everything within our bank. We make sure that there are multiple layers of defense. But what if the whole problem starts with the people that we work with, which is our partners? One of the things that if there is anybody who came and told you none of our organization are facing a cyber security threat or we have never faced it, I think it is something either it is that you don't know it because as long as you're ignorant, you don't have to worry about it, or you have still not gotten into a situation where you are actively monitoring and detecting and taking action against it. We had a situation which we looked at and we had faced the consequences of that and we see how people work on it. So there was a compromised vendor account. We give vendors opportunity to connect our systems and work. We provide virtual private networks with user ID, password, whatnot, and then they do it. Traditionally, this is the easiest way to incur or, intrusion is done through that. People compromise those systems which are consultant systems where there is a lot of people turnover and so on, and then they work from there and start attacking. So the techniques include reconnaissance. That is, first of all, they start to check how many systems are open, what ports are open, what systems can we track, and what is there and how are they connected. And then credentials harvesting. Then they try to start taking care of what data, what user IDs, passwords are there. Is there any potential for us to crack that, get that, and then connect to it? Then once they have that, if there is a way to escalate the privilege. Supposing you get a user ID, but he doesn't have authorization, he doesn't have a big role to play, then how do you now increase your authorization and roles so that you can access the more sensitive part? What they do then, once they try with, and they are not very successful, they actually plant malware or software, which is a backdoor for them to see whenever you get into a weak moment, they can capture the data and use that to actually work on. So one of that similar situations which keep periodically people trying to test and happened with one of the institutions, and then that basically was discovered by the security and incident and event management team. That's the first one that responds by identifying this pattern and whatnot. The next thing is you have service providers, specialists who are there to work. When you work with the different cloud providers, you have specialists who will do that, which are your security service providers and your incident response team. So it is a multi-task event where you have to bring all the people together, and then you start looking at an analysis. You do a forensic report and see whether what is the extent of the attack or what is going on and how it can be handled, and if there was anything less. So in one of the cases, we have seen the attack was detected. It was a repeated 2 days time in which they were able to go across multiple systems, and once that was found, we have to also do one of the things that is there. When we tackle with these kind of stuff, you can't immediately lock them out and do it. You need to understand how sophisticated, how their setup is, which means you need to allow them to walk into your trap. You have to set the trap, watch it, and then only you are able to actually defend yourself. So we do that, and once that is information is collected, you find out if at all by any chance any data is extracted or taken out. Those are things that there are tools to identify that and ensure that data is not lost, or even if data is lost, if it is encrypted, there is no way that they can take that data and decrypt it and use it unless there are keys and other stuff which they use, they find out, right? So this containment measures in such event includes, first of all, disabling the account through which they came through, which in this case is the VPN, and making sure the vendor accounts are locked. And then you need to now start to look at which are the accounts which were compromised, and you need to reset those accounts so that you do not have an opportunity for them to reuse that and get into it. Block the IP addresses which are not relevant to you, which you know comes from there. The VPN makes it little difficult to identify from which countries the people come, but with the opportunity and the tools that are there in place, today it is for us possible to identify where they are coming from, which are different and how they are. Imagine the kind of situation that we have to deal with day in and day out. You are a customer of the bank. You leave and you go and travel to some other country. Let's say you travel to Middle East or to the Far East or whatever, or to America, and you access your account from there. For us, it is a challenge to ensure that we identify it right, that you are the person, you are actually accessing from a different geography, and it is not that illegitimate access to that. So that's the kind of stuff that we do to detect and understand what are these access points, where who is accessing, and if it is fine. And then we have to harden the access infrastructure to ensure that in the future we don't have such similar situations. And we need to take care of the accounts that are provided to them, what kind of methodology we provide in terms of the security access, how do we harden and manage and monitor that, and how do we audit our endpoint controls. So without that, you will not be able to really deliver and build on the trust that your customers have with you and deliver service. I just wanted to share with you what happens in the financial industry. Thank you so much for the opportunity. I will hand over to the next colleague who is going to come and talk over. And if there are some questions later, we will take over. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. As mentioned, I am Monique Powell. I am the CEO and founder of QuickCart. For those who are unfamiliar, QuickCart is a food and grocery delivery platform. And every dollar we make comes from that online platform. We don't make a single dollar offline. And over 90% of the payments we collect are collected through digital payment methods. and even the other 10% roughly, that's in cash. To facilitate that transaction happening, somebody has to place the order online. So our entire business is dependent on our online infrastructure. So for a business like ours, cybersecurity issues, cyber fraud issues can grind the business to a halt, can have widespread effects on the business financially and in other ways as well. And as it relates to my specific experience, what I've found is that where we get hit is cyber fraud. So as it relates to cybersecurity issues, in its strictest sense, from the get-go, we tried to protect ourselves as much as possible. So we had firewalls in place. We ensured that all data was encrypted through SSL. We went through and had security experts hired on our servers. The only issue we had initially was with denial of service attacks, which is essentially malicious actors artificially sending a whole lot of traffic to the server with the intention of crashing the server. And once we put Cloudflare in place, we were able to tackle that. But what continues to persist, and we always have to be staying one step ahead of these criminals, is cyber fraud, specifically credit card fraud. And we see two types. The first one, which is most common, is where people use stolen credit cards. The second type is what they call friendly fraud, and there's nothing friendly about it, but essentially people use the cards and then they go to the bank and they say, I have no idea who placed this order. Yes, it's my card, but I have no idea who did this. But what we really get hit with a lot from locals is orders that are placed with stolen credit card information. And these actors are relentless. Sometimes I'll log into the back end and I'll see one person trying 16, 17, 18 credit cards back to back to back to back. And while this problem is not limited to Montego Bay, it is especially prevalent in Montego Bay. And just to put that in perspective for you, less than 10% of our revenue comes from business that is generated in Montego Bay. But more than 80% of the fraud cases that we have to deal with are from Montego Bay. And just to illustrate the impact, the financial impact on a relatively small company like ours, there was 1 month where in one go, we had 400,000 deducted from our account. All of those fraudulent charges from the previous month. And the banks typically don't give you any warning when they're about to pull this money out. So you can imagine if this had happened on payday or the day before payday, when you set aside a particular amount for people's salaries and then $400,000 get pulled out of their account because of fraudulent transactions. And we have constantly had to be doing a dance where we try to stay ahead of them. Up until fairly recently, the burden of dealing with this fraud and the costs associated with this fraud rested squarely on the merchant. So somebody who had a stolen credit card would go to the bank, say, I don't know anything about these charges. The bank says, no problem, we'll take care of it. But what happens is that the money gets pulled out of the merchant's account. In relatively recent times with 3D Secure, if you implement 3D Secure, you are somewhat insulated from some of that because the responsibility and the financial burden now shifts to the banks in many instances, but not in all instances. So what that means is that we're still not off the hook. We have to be putting various fraud control solutions in place and basically training the fraud control software that we have. So we have to be manually reviewing the fraudulent orders identifying patterns, writing rules for that fraud control software based on the patterns that we're seeing. We personally, we use Stripe Radar for that, but there are other platforms available for that, Count, etc. But more time than I would like is spent trying to keep these fraudulent actors from negatively impacting our business. And the reality is that these criminals keep evolving. And as much as I would prefer for us in the business to spend our time on other things, we have to keep evolving too, so that we stay ahead of them, so that we minimize the impact. And, you know, I'm really hoping that over time, I'm sure a lot is being done, but I'm hoping that over time, even more will be done to crack down on these criminals, because they're impacting livelihoods, you know? And I brought up Montego Bay earlier. And when we look at what we get from being in Montego Bay versus the amount of work we have to do to keep the fraudsters out, the question arises, is the juice worth the squeeze, right? But if you have to make a decision, for example, not to say that this is what we're going to do, but for example, if a business decides that they're going to pull out of a particular area, jobs get lost. Merchants who would sell through our platforms, their revenues decrease, their ability to take care of their employees is impacted. The impact is widespread. So personally, I'm hoping that over time we will see even more action being taken against these fraudulent actors. Thanks for listening.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. Oh man, I know your mouths are full, but at least engage. Good afternoon, everybody. All right, great, thank you. This is always difficult, right? Competing, not just after lunch, but competing with lunch. But I promise to keep it to the 10 minutes, and I promise not to put you to sleep. I can only try. My name is Andre Palmer. I'm the head of practice for Securus. And I'll be talking about this from a slightly different perspective. We've been asked to talk for 10 minutes about our observations and experiences in sector as far as it relates to keeping people safe online. So, as a consulting firm that is squarely focused on data privacy, I'll talk about what some of our experience has been within the practice. And I'll talk about some of the things that we've seen and encountered on a regular basis. And I'll talk about it from two different perspectives. From that of the data controller, meaning the organization that is collecting and storing and processing and sharing personal information. And I'll also talk about it from the perspective of the data subject, me and you, the people whose information is being collected and processed and shared. Let me see the hands of all of those who've ever read a data privacy notice from start to finish. You've gone onto an application to sign up, whether it is QuickPlate or Amazon or, iCloud, whatever it is, and you've read the privacy notice from start to finish before you click accept. I see one hand. Of course, Stuart. Of course, Stuart would have read it, and Mark. Stuart works in data privacy, so he would read it. Mark also works in data privacy. But the vast majority do not. We just scroll to the bottom, click next or click accept so we can move on. And that is also part of the problem. There's an interesting story about Angry Birds. Anybody play Angry Birds or have it on their phone? Angry Bird addicts? So in 2022, Angry Birds, they updated their data privacy policy to explicitly say that they're going to be sharing your personal information with third-party providers. And they gave a list of some of those. Not all of them. And they anticipated that they would have seen a reduction in the number of people that signed up to the platform or an attrition of those who already had the application on their phone. And would you believe that there was absolutely no change at all? In fact, the numbers went up. And that, I think, was the biggest indication that people don't necessarily care as much as we think about what other companies are doing with their personal information as long as they believe they're getting something of value in return. So this conversation about keeping people safe online and keeping yourself safe online, it really starts with a personal responsibility of yourself and myself, the data subjects, to ensure that we're doing our due diligence. So I'll talk about it from the perspective of trust and verification as far as the data subject is concerned. Working with organizations in 60 different countries around the world, we have a unique perspective because we see a number of different buying habits, different behavioral patterns from data subjects, and it's interesting. So one of the things that we say to data subjects as far as keeping yourself safe online is ensure that you read the policy, at least surprise yourself of what the data controller is doing with your personal information. If they explicitly say to you that they are going to share your information with third-party vendors, then you can't really complain when you find out that they're doing that because they've explicitly said that. So the first step really is to ensure that you understand what the privacy policy says. The second component that we also want to stress and emphasize is really an obligation on the part of the data subject to also know and exercise your rights. So we trust that organizations are doing the right things, but periodically you want to test whether they are in fact doing the right things. So it's the trust and verification. So exercise your right to access. Say to a random company that you are doing business with, I want to see all of the information that you've collected on me. I want to see what you've used the information for. I want to see who you've shared the information with. And I want to see what you will do with the information when you decide it is no longer of value to your organization. And under the Jamaica Data Protection Act, these organizations have 30 days in which to respond. So while we trust that organizations are doing all the right things, ever so often we want to verify that they're doing the right things. So exercise your rights under the Jamaica Data Protection Act and allow the data controllers to demonstrate to you that they're doing the right things as far as keeping you safe online. And then the third and final component that I also want to mention is really that around ensuring that you are doing business with controllers that have registered with the Office of the Information Commissioner. One of the first things that the Jamaica Data Protection Act requires of data controllers, companies that are processing data on behalf of people, is to register with the Office of the Information Commissioner. Because that does three things. One, it signals to both you and me, the data subjects, that they're taking this thing seriously. They're taking the protection of your data seriously. And they've taken steps to register with the Office of the Information Commissioner. Two, in registering with the Office of the Information Commissioner, they would have had to provide some details around their processing activities, how the data is being processed, the technical and operational measures in place to keep the data safe, any risks that may be present in the processing of the data, and so on. So at least you would have known that they've done some due diligence in ensuring that they're doing all the right things. So that is what that demonstrates to us. And then the third thing that it also demonstrates is that there is an ongoing commitment to regularly reviewing their data processing activities to highlight, to identify and mitigate any risks that may be present in their environment. And that is through the annual submission of the Data Protection or Data Privacy Impact Assessment, DPIA. So that is it from the perspective of the data subject. From the perspective of the data controller, one of the things that we're seeing is that organizations are not putting in place robust organizational and technical measures to keep personal data safe. And that is the seventh standard under the Jamaica Data Protection Act. Organizations are required to ensure that you have robust technical and organizational measures in place to keep the data safe. And we know that with all the best intentions in the world, you may have, the most sophisticated firewalls. You may have the most sophisticated security measures in place. That there is no guarantee that the data is going to be safe, or there's no guarantee that a would-be malicious actor is not going to find their way into your system. So what we do say then, in addition to the technical and operational measures, is that there also need to be an incident response plan in place. What is your organization going to do in the event that there is a data incident, a breach or leak? And can that be demonstrated? Has it been tested? Has it been cascaded through the organization? and is it being updated repeatedly? So the final point I'm making is for data controllers, as a part of your responsibility in keeping your customers and your stakeholders safe online, is to ensure that you know what to do in the event that there's a data breach or a data leak or some kind of data incident. So a data incident response plan. That obviously needs to be developed in consultation with other actors within your organization, whether that is legal, that's compliance, that's IT, that's corporate communications, and so on, and ensure that that plan is updated periodically. That's all the time I have. I hope that you found it useful. I trust I didn't put you to sleep, and thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much to all three of you sharing some very real-world experiences. And, to bring home the points, it's important to not just look at it from policy or legislation or regulation, but also to have the underground experience. And so those testimonials, I think, were very informative. I'd just like to let you know that the breakout sessions are happening in the Innovation Gallery. I'm going to invite those of you who signed up or those of you who are interested in those breakout sessions. You can make your way there. They have begun a few minutes ago. All right, at this time, I'm going to invite the moderator for the next panel discussion, the next armchair discussion, Combating Ransomware in Financial Institutions, a gentleman who is quite well placed to have that conversation. He is head of cyber resilience and threat intelligence at Jamaica's central bank, the Bank of Jamaica. He is Elliot Ramukan. Put your hands together for Elliot.
All right, thank you very much. And we are in for an exciting segment. This segment is Armchair Discussion, Combating Ransomware in Financial Institutions, Preparedness and Response. And I'd like to invite our panelists, Javon Davis, Manager, Infrastructure Securities at Simtai, O'Neill Robinson, Manager of IT at the Financial Services Commission. Come on, let's warm up the place. It's going to be exciting. As well as David Yardley, Sales Manager, Counter Adversary Operations, CrowdStrike. Please let them feel welcome. You may be seated.
Thank you.
I know this is an armchair discussion, but I have no armchair. What is happening here?
Armless.
Yeah, so I'm sure that they will set us up shortly. Indeed. But as they said, okay, yeah, because it's a very comfy discussion. Wonderful. All right. Okay, gentlemen, welcome. All right.
Thank
you have been specially chosen because of your experience in something going terribly wrong. And many times when we're looking at even hiring someone to do cyber, it's best to hire someone who has had some experience in when things go wrong. And to learn from that experience and what can we take away from that. And this is a discussion on combating cyber attacks, generally speaking. We'll be zooming in on ransomware shortly. But just before, I'll just ask you, just 30 seconds each, just introduce yourself a bit, and then we'll get into asking you what has been your experience in terms of cyber attack, IT outage, or any of the sort, and what we can take away from that. So first, introductions. Yes, Javon.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Javon Davis, the manager for infrastructure security at Simtai Consulting Limited, where my team essentially tries to bolster and protects companies from ransomware attacks, cyber attacks, or any attack in general. So essentially, we try to stay ahead of the bad guys. My experience, or our experience as a team, it has been challenging. There are instances where we're undergoing infrastructure-related protection and we end up encountering attackers right in the midst of it all. But at the end of the day, we are very capable and are always on top of our games as it relates to keeping businesses secure.
Thank you. My name is O'Neill Robinson, MIS Manager for the Financial Services Commission. My experience is that we have suffered a very severe cyber attack back in 2023. So we have been through the wars, hard lessons learned, and I hope to share some of the hard lessons that we have learned with you today.
And I'm Dave Yardley. I'm a senior sales manager and a senior threat advisor for our counter-adversary operations, which is our threat hunting and threat intelligence at CrowdStrike. And I would say one of the things to look out for, and we've learned, been in the field, intelligence field for, I don't know, about 25 years now, it's the minute you think you understand an adversary, they constantly evolve. And I think that's one of the lessons to take away. I know we'll talk more about it, but just, and you've heard a lot of people also talk about it up here, is that the adversary is always evolving. And that's something that we should learn and try to figure out how do we get in front of that evolution. Spend a lot of time in government, which is very difficult to try to stay in front. So anyway, I'll pass it back over. Thank you very much.
All right, great. Now, many of you know the statistic from IBM's data breach report that says that it takes about 200 days for a cyber incident to be detected. Anyone knows that statistic? It's about 200 days, yeah? And then another, say, 70 days to actually fix it, to remediate it. That's about 270 days in all. That works out to about 9 months. Now, what happens in 9 months that you know about? Right. So you can have, your system could be impregnated with a hacker for 9 months, and you don't know. And then the only time that you know is when it gives birth to a cyber attack. So I'd like to hear from you. Part of that is, the technical term is dwell time and all that. What I mean, so I'd like to hear from you, from an experience that you have had, you have known about, how do you evaluate and how do you review that situation as relates to identifying that incident, the root causes of that incident, how long it took before you actually think it actually manifested, and what to do after that. What did you do, and some lessons learned. So Javon, first you, and then we go along.
All right, so typically it's usually a several-step process. So we would look to essentially do a level of preparation to try and prepare ourselves to how we're going to essentially identify whoever is in the environment, compromising it. After that, once we've done that, we'd go about trying to contain it. Once we contain it, we move ahead and try to analyze and see how far they got. So essentially, how far did their attack go? What exactly the type of techniques they're using in the environment. Once we've done our analysis, then we move on to the next step where we essentially try to restore the systems, because analyze and then eradicate the virus or the malware or whoever is in the system. Once you've taken that approach, now we go ahead and essentially move on to the restoration process. So essentially, when we're doing in the restoration process, we try to pull from offline backups, for example. So typically in a ransomware, clients or customers tend to make the mistake of leaving their backups on premises and never have them offline. So you can imagine when a ransomware comes inside of the environment, where do you back up from? Nothing. So customers or clients tend to be in a difficult position. So what are we going to do now? Pay the ransomware? Or are we just going to just follow the law and say, hey, we should not pay it and then take it from there? And Typically, after that is done, we carry out an exercise where we say lessons learned, what next we should be doing in the future, what should not be done. And then to close it all off, just the continuing monitoring analysis to see if we've essentially gotten rid of the threat actor in the environment.
Thanks, Javon. O'Neill.
Yeah, so that's a good perspective, and I endorse it, but I'll give a slightly different perspective. One perspective from those that haven't followed the textbook, which is that we have cybersecurity systems, antivirus, we're taking regular backups, and you have the feeling of being secure. You have secure remote access, you do regular reviews, permission reviews, things like that, and things are going, no incidents have arisen to test the security, so you feel you're secure. And then one morning at about 6 a.m. in the morning, you might get a call that says, cannot access email. And you look into the matter and you realize that you can access the email server yourself, which is very strange. And then you will perhaps see somebody logging on to your backup systems, and it's not one of your regular employees. And they are just finishing up reformatting all of the backups that you have online, which is a really nightmare scenario. So you rush to the office and you see that, unfortunately, all of your infrastructure is down. Right? And you're in a severe case that, unfortunately, your backups are also online, and they have been affected as well, rather severely. So you're now left with a very hard task of having to recover from scratch, which means taking everything offline, examining every machine that you have in your organization, whether those be workstations or servers or switches or firewalls, every one of them, and slowly rebuilding your infrastructure from base, from a more secure platform, right? Deploying EDR tools, right? Network segmentation, deploying the latest of the softwares that you have had in your stack, and trying to piece together backup. And this is a very difficult and time-intensive and frustrating situation for an organization to be in. And generally, for us, it took about 8 weeks to get back up to our base level from scratch, and then another about 7 weeks to get back to normal operation, for a total of about 15 weeks. So this is really what we're trying to avoid by following these best practices that Javon just outlined.
All right, okay, thank you, O'Neill. And now over to Dave.
Yeah, thank you. And I think I'll complement each of those kind of processes and add to that the idea of having as near real time possible understanding threat intelligence of the adversary, right? The idea of, you were talking about dwell time, we call it breakout time in CrowdStrike, right? From the moment initial access to that, they can start getting escalating privileges, right? So I'll just give a stat before I kind of go back into what I was, my kind of point, is that our average breakout time this year is about 62 minutes. 2 years ago, it was about 90 minutes, right? And you were talking about 9 months, right? The adversary can laterally move in your network within about 60 minutes. And the fastest we've actually detected was 7 minutes. So I'm grateful I get to work remote. That's still about a time to go get a cup of coffee and sit back down, right? The adversary's gotten in and has been able to move within a network, right? So having a really good understanding of who the adversary is, how they operate, can really help in a lot of these processes, whether it's having it as part of your SOC and using it integrate within a SIM, whether it's part of IR and you're doing investigations. It can really help understand and help you mitigate some of that before you even have to get to that particular point. So just kind of putting that out there, I'll turn it back over, and I know we'll probably talk a little bit more about this as well. Thanks.
All right, okay. All right, wonderful, wonderful. So, I like to ask a particular question. I like to ask tough questions, but not so tough that you can't answer. We have the right panelists here. It's a very uncomfortable question. The question is, did you bathe? Did you bathe? I'll break it down a bit, and you'll see what I'm talking about. So, did in the question means defense in depth. So I'd like to hear a bit more in terms of your defense in depth strategy to protect against threats. And bathe is an acronym for backup, that's the A. T for two-factor authentication and more, multiple. H, hygiene and hardening. And E for email security and endpoint security. So these are different aspects that you can protect against threats. So I'd like to hear from you, given that this is a topic about financial sector threats and protection, your protection strategy with respect to the various layers. What are the important layers of defense? Backup strategy, how has that improved since the last cyber incident or so? Or what is your backup strategy? Whether it's in respect to antivirus or awareness, you can speak to any of those points. The T, two-factor authentication, multi-factor authentication, do you have that? How do you implement it? How has that helped? Hygiene practices, the H in bathe. Hardening practices. And lastly, email security, endpoint security. Take any of those. What mix of those have you used, have you found to be proven to help protect you against cyber threats? Javon.
So, at our company, I'll take the email security.
Yes.
So, as we all know, humans, staff, clients are the weakest link in any organization. So, at Simtai, for example, within our company, we make it a priority to educate our staff on what is right and what is not right. So to expound more on this, it's like take it from the perspective of staff that would log into their personal laptops or desktops with their company email addresses, for example. And let's say that personal device, which is a laptop or whatever it is, has been, let's say a staff is curious to download a latest Photoshop product or some pirated software they couldn't afford. When they download that particular software, and let's say it has malware embedded in it, the popular one nowadays is called the stealer malware. It essentially can scrape all of your data and they can use it and move laterally through your company once it has access. On our end, we tend to place a very strong focus on email security as we have 3 different solutions that do that. And it's a combination of two-factor authentication and also a combination of location-based access. So typically, probably in other organizations in the room, your staff may be flying out, for example, and you see their login coming in from Dubai, but they're actually in the US. Let's say worst case scenario, because we always assume the worst in cybersecurity. Let's say that those credentials are compromised and that person from Dubai gets in. What's stopping them from moving further, from moving into the company? The location-based rules. So it stops them right there until that your IT admin does not allow you to go any further because this country is not on the whitelist. So that is one particular area we try to strengthen, email security. So we strengthen it with different vendors within our organization, but we place a prime importance on multi-factor, which comes into play, and also location-based practices, which I've seen where location-based practices is very important because you will have staff members that want to go on their secret trip. When they go on their secret trip, and instead they're logging in from China, they're wondering what's happening. They reach out to me and say, Javon, can you please let me in? I didn't know you were in China. So that is one way we go ahead with email security.
All right. Okay, wonderful.
Yeah, so from the hard lessons learned, as I said, we're showering, not necessarily bathing at the moment. But yes, I agree with all of the acronyms in bathing. But one that is particularly important to take a different track is clearly backups. So we have learned the hard lessons of both keeping backups offline for the ransomware and then off-site for your disaster recovery scenarios that are also critically important for your business. And also keeping, of course, the 3-to-1 rule. 3 copies in 2 different media, and one of them being offsite. Right? And of course, with the enhancements, there are going to be anti-ransomware immutability characteristics of backups that are now being sold by many vendors that we're going to be employing. So we have solidly learned the backup lesson as well as agreeing with Javon, the 2-factor authentication has been key. Right? Users, everyone in the organization now has to have 2-factor authentication whenever they're signing into any of our systems. So those are the 2 lessons that I take from the bathing.
All right, great.
So first of all, I did bathe today, so I just want to make sure that it's on the record. No, so I'm going to foot stomp kind of some of the email security stuff, but I'm just going to call it identity, go a little bit longer or a little bit broader. So what I mean by identity, it's your login, your password, and your MFA, right? So for this panel, I wanted to pull some data, and just our data alone from the Caribbean in the last week, almost 80% of all detections and incidents had to do with valid credentials. Like, that was a stat that I knew was going to be high because it just kind of is globally, but even that surprised me a little bit, right? So what does that tell me? So that goes into the evolution of the adversaries, right? So as technology, the BATHE kind of acronym, right? As we're getting better in endpoint, and if you want to have that discussion, you feel free to talk to my colleagues, right? As we're getting better with all other aspects of the technology aspect, the adversaries are moving more towards using legitimate credentials to get in and to act and look like you, right? That becomes very difficult to detect and to hunt for. So that's where I want to talk about having visibility into your identity stack, whether it's Entra ID or Active Directory or other aspects of it. And have good multi-factor authentication, right? Recognizing that everybody can't have a YubiKey. It's just not realistic, maybe for your organization. Or if you're a bank, right, you're going to have multi-factor authentication for customers. It's got to be single password or other aspects. And those types of tactics that the adversary is using, they're expanding. So if you don't mind me for a minute, I just wanted to talk about how, I'll give you an interesting example. So Scattered Spider last year, they decided that they wanted to actually call up a help desk and pretend to be you. So the first thing about doing that is being able to do research on you, right? The second one is being able to do research on that company. And with how much information's out there, believe it or not, knowing who a supervisor is, subordinate, things of that nature, it's pretty easy to find out. And then the last one on that is create a sense of urgency. They like to call help desk in the middle of the night when there's nobody else to verify who it really is. And they've been very good at the social engineering aspect of being able to get your login, pretending to be you and knowing who you are, knowing who your supervisor is. And lastly, you go, okay, well, they have MFA. Yes. However, have you ever thought they could call and say, hey, I got a new phone? And that's exactly what they did. And that is an aspect of, so from a defender standpoint, having really good visibility into your employees, your Active Directory, understanding what they're doing, what is normal versus not normal, because these actors are getting very, very sophisticated even in this realm. So thank you.
All right, okay, great. I have a final question, but just before, some of you may be aware that Microsoft publishes a curve. It's called the bell curve, the hygiene bell curve, where they say that by just implementing key cyber hygiene practices, you can reduce the number of threats, or at least you can improve your protection up to 98%, which is pretty good, right? As a matter of fact, the importance of cyber hygiene is emphasized by the very interesting statistic that there are more mobile phones produced than toothbrushes. There are more mobile phones than toothbrushes, which kind of sounds disgusting in a sense, that there's more emphasis on mobile phones than your oral hygiene. But the reverse is also true, that our cyber hygiene, whether it's on the mobile phone or not, should be equal or better than our oral hygiene, right? So the 98% that Microsoft speaks about, where you can cover in terms of general protection, leaves still 2%. So the final question I'd like to ask here is, what is that 2% that keeps you up at night? We're talking about threats and protection. What is that thing that could affect CrowdStrike again, or another thing that could affect FSC again, or in another way, or that can affect SIPTI in some shape or form, or that you consult on and give advice on for companies that should keep them up at night and to make sure that they are fully protected. So what's that one thing?
The one thing for me is what keeps me up at night. It's really the staff.
Thanks for answer.
I've been on engagements where we do social engineering exercise, for example, and we would do something called vision. So we'll call an organization or anyone particular and essentially try and get information from them to get into their system. So let's say, for example, we're hacking a particular network and we got the initial foothold, but the next step is for us to get their two-factor code. So we'd call them and essentially cook up some story involving their manager or some superior. And based on that, because some of them are essentially, what do you call it? Fear authority in a sense. They succumb to whatever story we cook up on the phone and inadvertently give us the code or whatever else required to essentially get inside of the network. So my worry all the time is, please don't let it be our staff that does that. Because when that happens, then it creates another problem where it makes the job so much harder. So for me, it's staff. No matter how expensive or awesome your infrastructure is, it just takes one staff member, one person to just mess it all up by doing something that they were already trained for and essentially making it all be all for naught.
I wish I could have given a different answer, but unfortunately it's the same answer. But just a slight variance would be not just regular staff, but depending on the nature and the sophistication of the attack, whether or not mistakes are made by IT staff, either because of lack of training or not being aware of the dangers of what they're doing. And of course, with privileged access, that is even more detrimental more quickly. So that would probably be my primary fear, not just the regular staff members with normal access, which are limited, but in terms of mistakes made by senior staff members.
All right, great. Dave, you have the final strike. Go ahead.
Thank you. All right, so for me, it would be the insider threat, right? So the insider threat has always, to me, been that thing that kept me up at night. But it's also evolved in this last year. Yes. So we call it famous Cholima. You might be familiar with the North Korean actors who have posed as essentially subcontractors and contractors, right? That is an insider threat. And that could be something I could see evolving, especially, we talked about AI. We haven't seen a whole lot of AI used, but as things evolve, that could be an area, the insider threat and that kind of new insider threat, right? We were talking about financial institutions. Famous Cholima in just December had 29 distinct operations targeting technology and financial institutions, right? So this is where it's really important when you're talking about adding on to that initial hygiene of having good threat hunting for anomalous activity, having good threat hunting that's intelligence-led threat hunting, having good visibility, and so you can hunt across your domains from on-prem, cloud, identity, having lots of, ooh, that's my cue, having lots of information to be able to view all of those things within a SIM. So I think that is one of those ways to combat that insider threat, but that will always be that one thing. So with that, I appreciate it, and I'll turn it back over. Thank you.
Okay, wonderful. Let's give it up for Javon, O'Neill, and Dave. Javon from Simtai, O'Neill from FSC, and Dave from CrowdStrike. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you very much.
Up next, we have, should I make the transition? Yes. So, yes, up next, we have a special presentation from Darktrace on financial phishing scams, preventing and detecting spear phishing attacks. Please help me welcome. Oh. Put your hands together.
Good afternoon, everybody. Alrighty. So, yes, my name is Joe Viviano. I work for a company called Darktrace, and today I'm going to talk about, it's called financial phishing scams, but to be honest, I think I'll broaden it to just generally describe email security threats, right? And basically the risk that anybody's inbox can actually pose to them. Now, the main idea of kind of what I want to talk about today is my actual first-hand experience of what I've seen, right? Not some fancy survey or kind of data that's been kind of around the world. It's actual customer environments I've seen locally, not just in Jamaica, but also throughout the wider Caribbean. It's a region that I've worked for about 6 or 7 years. I've deployed hundreds and hundreds of customer environments in that time. And as I'm sure you can imagine, there have been some interesting things I've seen. Really quick background on Darktrace if you're not familiar with the business. We're a company that was founded about 12 or 13 years ago. We're an AI cybersecurity solution. I think most people, when they hear the name Darktrace, if you are familiar, most people recognize us for our network detection and response. But believe it or not, actually, by far and away, our fastest growing solution is our AI email security solution. And that's something that, again, firsthand actually deploying this in customer environments, it's pretty cool because we get to actually, before any customer purchases the solution, we get to test it in their environment and actually show them what level of phishing is getting through, right? So over hundreds and hundreds of deployments, right? We have 200 customers just here in the Caribbean alone, right? Close to 10,000 globally. But in all these different environments, you get to show them the actual risk level of what's getting through their existing tools. Now, in terms of, the basic challenge that is email security, guys, I think this is pretty obvious at this stage, but email has been and continues to be by far and away, right, the easiest path or the easiest route for a hacker to get into your business. Every business, every organization in the world obviously uses email. Right, so if you're a hacker, obviously that is step one, right? That's at least option one, I should say, of how to get into an organization. Now, the issue is that at the end of the day, we're dealing with people, right? People are always the weakest link. So if you're sophisticated enough, if you're tricky enough, if you catch somebody at the wrong time, people can fail, right? So obviously there's absolutely need to train people, but I think what Darktrace utilizes, and frankly what our customers utilize, is also some backup for those people because people are failable, right? So you want to also utilize technology to fight back because as you can see on the left there, the hackers are starting to use technology too, right? The hackers are starting to use AI and actually increase their sophistication of attack. Now, in terms of kind of where we're at with email threats. Right, I think on the far left-hand side of the screen, you kind of see the really old school kind of classic spam model. I'll call it kind of bulk phishing, basically, where you would have people, hackers go out and basically just try to send as many emails as they possibly can, as fast as they possibly can to as many people as possible. They were very, very generic. They weren't really sophisticated. Frankly, like 0.5% of people would actually fall for them, but because they were pumping out millions upon millions upon millions of emails, that actually worked, right? That actually worked for them because, frankly, if you're sending out 1 million emails, even 0.25% is actually a pretty good hit rate, right? Now, obviously, when we saw that, right, the wider marketplace reacted. And now there's plenty of email security gateways and spam filters that look out for those kind of known signatures, those blacklists, and can block those basic types of spam. So what do the hackers do? They obviously evolved, right? So what they decided to do, not generally, but most of them decided to do is say, okay, let's actually get fewer emails out, but the emails that we're sending out, let's have them be much more targeted and basically much more effective. Right? Instead of a 0.5% open rate, they want those open rates to be 60%. They want those click-through rates to be 40 or 50%. So they'll actually spend a lot of time and effort researching you, right? Actually going out and to say, hey, if I'm attacking Joe Viviano, who is this guy, right? What's his internet presence? Who does he actually communicate with? Basically, how can I pull one over on him? So yeah, it takes a lot more time for them, but it's much more effective in what they do, and it can subvert traditional email security solutions. Right? If it is custom at you, by definition, it obviously hasn't been seen before, right? So it can't necessarily match a nice, neat blacklist or a nice, neat, kind of signature database. And now, what we're starting to see, to be completely honest, not hugely proliferated, but at least the early stages of, kind of a combination of the two, where you have this very customized approach, this very targeted approach, but you can actually do that at scale with some of the new generative AI stuff, right? ChatGPT, Grok, all these types of things. If you're a hacker, you can start to really, really customize these things, but also push them out at scale. And when I say really customize, I mean the AI agents can actually do, maybe not all of it, but a large portion of that for you. So the long story short is obviously the problem's only getting worse. Now, in terms of use cases, again, these are stories that I'll share that came directly from customers' environments. So I think the first one that I always want to start with, impersonation, right? Impersonation, there's a lot of different examples of this, but the one that I'll share is I was working with a customer in Trinidad, and they had actually just deployed our email solution for a trial period, right? And in that trial period, we just sit there passively, right? Obviously, in a free trial, we're not going to block anything without customers' consent. But it was really interesting because we highlighted, a whole host of phishing emails that we detected, but the one specific one, unfortunately this actually did the damage, but the one specific one was a known supplier of this customer, right? Somebody that they normally make payments to. And I forget the person's exact name, but the key thing here is that person, their name had an R and an N in it next to each other. And then the hacker, they created basically an identical domain. The only difference is one character. Instead of an R and an N, they just put an M, which to the naked eye, if you're not really paying attention, basically looks the same, right? Of course, it is slightly different, but odds are, right, are you really going to notice that one little thing if you check something on your phone or maybe quickly look at a laptop? So the long story short was that hacker was smart enough to know, right, they did their research to know, hey, this is clearly a supplier of, company ABC. They're clearly going to be making a payment here. So the hacker was very smart. All he simply said, there's no phishing link, no malicious content. It literally was just, hey, we've updated our banking details. Instead of making your payment here, can you make it there? Right? And unfortunately, the customer actually made that payment. Right? So that's something where absolutely procedure and policy can help with that, by all means. Right? But I think that the general concept, though, is we want to help the humans out, right? We want to actually have AI and technology that can identify those things over and above what the human eye would do. And that's exactly what Darktrace did, right? It said, well, wait a second. We know the normal pattern of communication between these two folks. We understand this is a normal supplier. That slight character change, that's noticeable for the AI, right? And that's something that, again, we want to just be able to offload that I don't want to say offload the responsibility, but basically help with that responsibility to actually block those. Next concept is business email compromise. Huge one. Huge here. Where if you're a hacker, right, and you break into somebody's account, right, you're kind of in the golden spot where you can then impersonate that legitimate domain that you've just compromised and basically piggyback off that to every single contact that that person has and try to break into not just one account, but in theory, 100, 200, however many accounts it may be. So it was an interesting use case here where, I'll tell you two use cases, but the first one, so I'm based out of our New York City office, so yes, I work the Caribbean region, but most of my colleagues work in the northeast of the US. And I remember, I won't say the name of the university, but a really, really prominent university right around my region, right, they had a couple of their alumni emails get hacked, right? They maintain a whole list of email addresses for all their alumni, so as you can imagine, it's a bunch of different emails. Obviously, it's really difficult to protect every single one of them, right? So just a few of them got compromised. And I remember all my colleagues saying that in their own trials with companies in the US, they were seeing all this spam, all these phishing emails from that compromised domain. Why? Because it's a really trusted domain. Again, I won't say the name of the brand, but everybody knows the name of the brand, right? So it's a trusted domain that's been around, so it'll pass through those traditional email security filters. And I personally thought it was interesting because it's a US university in the Northeast. And then I went to a customer of mine, right, actually multiple customers of mine, and I was curious, and I checked their Darktrace deployment, and they too were seeing phishing emails from this exact same compromised domain, right? And the wider point that I'm making here is once you if you're a hacker, and once you compromise a trusted domain, right, with a good reputation and a good brand that's already basically on the good list, right, you're going to blast out phishing emails to anybody that you possibly can, even if they don't know you, right? So I thought that was just frankly pretty interesting. Now the other business email compromise example I'll give you, this one I think is the best because it actually happened to me. The phishing email was sent directly to me during an engagement with the customer where there's a customer of mine in Barbados, and they had just finished up a trial of our network detection and response tool. And long story short is they did the trial, and they wanted to sign on. They were happy with the solution. Great. So I just so happened to be looking at my inbox, and I see an email come in from the guy that I was working with, and as soon as it hit my inbox, it was immediately deleted, right? And to be honest, I'm an eager sales guy. I thought, hey, this is a signed contract, right? And I reached out to our security team because, look, we use all of our own products in-house, right? Obviously, we want to protect ourselves. So I thought it was our email security product misfiring and having a false positive and blocking something that it shouldn't have. So I reached out to our security guys and I asked them to release it. Long story short was a hacker had actually compromised the person that I was communicating with, his actual account. So it came from his legitimate domain, but that hacker was smart enough to know that I was expecting not only an email, but an email with an attachment, right? And so I forget the exact wording of what the hacker said, but basically it was, like see attached, right? So he knew I was expecting an attachment, so he was prompting me to click into that. Now, the AI basically offloaded that off of my shoulders because there's three things that the AI saw in it. One, very basic, the connection source of the email was totally unusual. Like I said, it was a customer in Barbados, so obviously the emails were coming and going from Barbados. This new email, even though it technically came from his domain and his account, it was coming from a totally random, I honestly forget the country, but it was a completely different country, right? So that's step one. That's a bit unusual. That doesn't necessarily mean that it's bad, but it's a bit strange. Step two was our AI can actually look at, this is the really interesting part, where it can look at the actual structure of an email, like literally the words of an email. Hey, how does this person type? How do they communicate? How do they address people? What's their tone? What is their signature in it? And it understood that this person was actually structuring emails and speaking, literally typing slightly differently, right? Something was different as compared to his traditional kind of normal signature. And step three was, again, there was an attachment in that email. And the attachment from Darktrace's analysis was very simply an unexpected file type. Right? Obviously, you're expecting a signed contract. Maybe it's a PDF, maybe it's a Word document or something like that. Right? it was a completely separate, completely unexpected file type. And so it's not like we had some signature database that we knew for sure it was malicious, but instead we're just saying, this thing's pretty weird, right? We're not really expecting this. This is unusual, right? So kind of the combination of all three of those just exemplifies how you can look at email security through a different lens. It doesn't just need to be, hey, has this been a seen, reported, and known threat, right? So I think those types of concepts are how our customers are actually approaching this thing. Again, to use AI and technology to offload as much as possible from the user, because unfortunately at the end of the day, right, users are fallible. So I think those are the main, actually one last use case that I'll go through on the point of kind of financial fraud is extortion. So I was working with a customer in Guyana, and same thing, they had done the trial of our solution, and we were in this passive mode. It was actually pretty interesting because we were presenting the results of the trial, and the head of IT actually gets a call in the middle of the session from his boss, and basically they had just been inundated while on the call with us, been inundated with extortion kind of phishing scams. And so we go in and we check the system, and obviously we call all these, but basically the scam, I'm oversimplifying a bit, but it was basically sending out a bunch of emails to the users saying effectively, hey, we have really compromising data, and I'll keep this appropriate, but stuff that if it were true, you definitely would not want out there, and saying, hey, make some payments to, make some Bitcoin payments here to basically pay me off so I don't post this stuff. Now, the point of the matter is not whether that hacker actually had that data or not. The point of the matter is they were simply just trying to scam you for some money, right? And again, it's something where if you're a hacker, you just spin up a new domain and you're not actually including any malware or any phishing link in there. A traditional spam filter is not necessarily going to have something against that so long as it hasn't been reported yet. But again, it's highly unusual for a normal business perspective, so that's how Darktrace and kind of an AI-centric approach can see that. And frankly, at the end of the day, those types of emails, that's not conducive to a work environment, right? Obviously, you don't, even if it's not necessarily outright malware, it's certainly not something that you want on a day-to-day basis coming and going to your employees. So yeah, again, I appreciate the time, guys, and hopefully those are some pretty interesting use cases. The unfortunate truth is email security is becoming more and more and more pressing every single day here. But yeah, thanks so much, everybody, for the time.
Before I touch it, I'm going to promise you that I have no skimming devices. I have nothing to access it. They have nothing in my hands. Thank you very much. Put your hands together for Joe Viviano. I can tell you I work for the Jamaica Constabulary Force, and on a weekly basis we get emails trying to get us to click on something, whether it's something, and it's always something that if you're not careful, you might presume it to be relevant. So they have a way of sending people things about promotional courses. If those persons who are interested in moving from sergeant to inspector, there's a promotional course just for you. Click here. Something about some back pay that the government owes you, or something that is just so brilliant. It's always something. But these are the things that we have to be mindful of, and that's why Joe's presentation is so timely. All right, at this time I'm going to invite our next presenter, Robert Dartnall. He's the Chief Executive Officer of SEC Alliance, and he's going to be presenting about how Jamaica is building cyber resilience in the financial sector. Robert?
Thank you very much. Let's see if this works. Actually, I feel like we were set up this morning as a non-Jamaican that was asked to go and find out what skanking was. a middle-class, middle-aged white man. Yeah, it didn't end so well, so I appreciate that, Mr. Brooks. But just very briefly, why am I here? I've only got about 15 minutes to talk to you, but this presentation is about 45 minutes long. So why is that? It's a little bit of a tease. So tomorrow, in the breakout room, in the morning, there's going to be a full 45-minute presentation on CCJM. So there's that. Predominantly, though, for those financial services entities that are going to be part of CCJM. For the rest of you, though, what does this mean? Why are you wasting 14 and a half minutes of your time? It's really just to talk to you about the exemplary work that is being done by the Bank of Jamaica in setting up CCJM. So for those that don't know what that is, CCJM is the Cyber Information and Intelligence Sharing Initiative for Jamaica. It was started a few years ago, and it's very much about driving the resilience of the financial sector, but also protecting those that use it as well. And we'll talk about that in a second. But just very briefly, who am I and why am I here? I've been doing intelligence work for about 15 years. As well as running SEC Alliance, I'm also chair of an organization called CREST. Some of you may know it. It's the biggest not-for-profit in the world for accrediting individuals and companies within the cyber domain. But actually, the majority of my day job is running national and international intelligence sharing capabilities for different national central banks across the world and also international institutions like the ECB and the European Union. My real job within that is working with entities to pull out intelligence from their organizations and make sure that other organizations are aware of that intelligence, right? It's collective defense, right? We've got some wonderful technology providers in here, the biggest in the world, but there are things they don't know, right? The best intelligence you can ever get is from an organization that is very similar to you just down the road, right? So when one Jamaican bank detects something, being able to share that instantly with another Jamaican bank to make sure that they don't become a victim, or detecting a fraud that we can automatically share with the other institutions to make sure no one else's grannies or grandpas have their pensions taken away from them. That is the best type of intelligence in the world, not even the NSA, the CIA, the FBI, or anyone else has, right? This work, as I said, is being done off the back of the work that Bank of Jamaica is doing. But this is the intent, right? Cybersecurity, cyber intelligence can be a little bit technical. And we're good at technical. We can focus on things like indicators of compromise, and we can automate that, and that's all quite easily. But what we really want to focus on is some of that more operational intelligence, more strategic intelligence, the actual assessment, the recommendations, the so what do I do with this, right? Less about immediately stopping an attack, but thinking about what the attacks are going to be like coming down the road so we can prepare for them, but also so we as a community can have a conversation about those things and start thinking about what controls we can put in place rather than 10 financials or 20 financial entities trying to do that individually. So we're talking about collective defense. The framework we're going to be following is called CCEU. Initially, it's now just called CC, so the Cyber Information and Intelligence Sharing Initiative. We wrote it with the ECB maybe 6 or 7 years ago. It's all open source. You can go onto the ECB website and find out all about it. Fundamentally, what we're going to be doing with CCJM is looking across all of these different spectrums. So I know some of you in the room are intelligencers, some of you may not be, but there is a significant difference between data, information, and intelligence. Now, we haven't got time to talk about all of those differences, but we are pretty good at sharing data in the cyber domain, indicators of compromise. We can automate that. We've been doing it in ISACs for a very long time. What we're really focusing down on is information. So things that don't necessarily have an assessment or context or direction. And we're going to be pulling those things out of financial entities and then processing them, right? And the processing of information then becomes intelligence, right? So we're going to be doing that and pushing those things out. As I said, we are also been focusing on the tactical elements, so the indicators, and we can do that fairly well, but we're also talking about operational things, right? Some of these are the hardest questions we have. What are the new techniques? And therefore, how do we produce new defenses against those techniques? And having a conversation around it, right? So not reading literature online, but having 20 CISOs in a room going, there's this new technique. I have no idea how to defend it. How are you doing that? What tool are you using? What resources are you using? How much did it cost you? How likely is it that we're going to see this thing, and therefore how much do I have to invest, right? So we are making intelligence human, but also strategic. I run intelligence capabilities across Europe. We have massive geopolitical issues. We've got 2 wars on our borders. There is a lot going on in the geopolitical space, but we're also looking wider than that. So political, economic, social, technological, legal, environmental, regulatory, military. What are all of the things happening now, but also in the next 6 months, 12 months, 3 years that we need to start planning for, right? 2 years ago, we started thinking about what are the implications of artificial intelligence, how will threat actors start to use artificial intelligence, and therefore what defenses do we need. We did that work 2 years ago, and those are the sorts of attacks that we're detecting now. And that's the work we want to do in Jamaica, with the Bank of Jamaica, with the financial communities, so we can make sure that Jamaica is one of the most resilient places in the region for financial services, for businesses to bank in Jamaica as well, but also just making sure that those that use the system are also safe as well. This is just an example of CCEU. You can see the reason I like to use this one as an example is we've got some incredibly large entities in here with security budgets as big as GDPs, I feel, of some smaller nations. Their security teams are sometimes bigger than some of the financial entities we work with in developing economies. But there's also organizations on there which are only 300 people big. Their security team is 5 people. They have hardly any budget. And yet they have insights that even the Visas and the MasterCards and the Swifts appreciate, right? And it's about how we support each other. Because also some of these entities can transmit over 100 billion euros of financial transactions on a daily basis. And they provide services to those central banks and those bigger entities as well. So again, it's about collective defense and working with third parties in the supply chain. That's roughly what it looks like. I know I'm fairly short of time, but these communities are about bringing together different parts of financial entities. It's about organizations like SEC Alliance. It's using proper intelligence sharing platforms, not just intelligence platforms. It's working with law enforcement. It's really great news that within Jamaica, as we roll out CC Jamaica over the next quarter, not only is it going to be financial entities, but we're also going to have law enforcement as part of that as well. There's no oversight. This isn't a supervisory tool or anything like that. This is purely about us all coming together to support each other. It's about banks and non-banks sharing with each other. It's about law enforcement sharing in and also having a direct line into those entities as well and just becoming a little bit more aware of everything that's going on, kind of more in a live manner as well. And again, we talked about strategic earlier. These communities aren't just about intelligence analysts, defensive analysts sitting in SOCs or anything like that. There will be subgroups within here for CISOs, for decision makers, but also for board members as well, right? So they can be up to date with the threat landscape, new methodologies, being aware of everything that's going on, and also once they better understand this, they can better support their cybersecurity teams as well. So when you go and ask for tools for budgets, then maybe they might be a little bit more friendly and say yes. So what is CC Jamaica going to look like? Like I said, it's going to give the entire sector access to tactical, operational, strategic intelligence and alerting, a platform that was actually designed for intelligence sharing as well, with highly controlled intelligence sharing, which means we don't just share individual pieces of intelligence with everyone, but very individual organizations directly to individuals as well. We'll be having intelligence briefings on a monthly basis. Also, each of the entities will be looking to share their intelligence and providing briefings. We'll be running face-to-face training. We'll be producing some of the first annual threat assessments for financial services in Jamaica and also the region. It also gives all of these entities 50-plus intelligence analysts that sit within my organization to fall back on. So if there's any questions they can't deal with, They've got malware analysts, geopolitical analysts, Chinese, Arab, you name it, linguists, who they can fall back on, plus another 150 intrusion analysts, incident responders to support them when they need that support as well. But also we're going to be doing some joint research projects together. Some of our communities, like I said, we've been looking at AI threats. We're already detecting those threats from artificial intelligence. We're decomposing those, breaking them down, and looking at controls together. Over the past couple of years, we've looked at conflicts and tried to understand how they will affect our security. But some of the more interesting work we've done is identifying single points of failure within the supply chain. We've been able to map the entire supply chain for an entire continent, perform threat assessments, and identify those that look the most, let's say, weak. And then as a community, we've worked with some of those providers to make sure that they're more resilient, because financial entities are generally a little bit maturer than others. Where they fall down is their supply chain, right? So if we're generally confident in some continents that when we see a mass incident that will take down a sector, it won't be a financial entity that's hacked. It's because there's going to be a critical third party that's been compromised. So these are some of the research projects that we are doing in other parts of the world that we're going to be bringing together under CCJM as well. And that was it, right? Like I said, I only had 15 minutes. It was me teasing you for the big presentation, which is tomorrow. Did I say that? Tomorrow, breakout room in the morning. Please do come if you're one of those financial entities that will be joining the community, but also if you're interested in intelligence sharing and how that also happens as well. With that, I thank you, and hand over to Mr. Brooks again.
Thank you very much, Robert Dartnell. Very efficient presentation. At this time, I'm going to invite Eliud to return. He's going to be the moderator for the next panel, which will look at AML requirements versus data protection, the financial sector conundrum.
All right, this is our final session, and I'll just like to invite our panelists, David Gray, Deputy Information Commissioner, Rasheen Johnson, Head of Cybersecurity Forensics Data Analysis at FID, Professor Sean Thorpe, Dean of the Faculty of Engineering and Computing at UTech, as well as Stuart Hilton, Director, Assurance and Compliance at SIMTI. Please make them feel welcome as they snuggle in to their comfy chairs. I see that this is a fireside chat. Am I supposed to sit on fire, or do I have a seat? Yes. So we do we have Professor Sean Thorpe? I saw him earlier. Okay. All right. Well, let's get the discussion rolling. All right, so we're here to talk about AML requirements and data protection from a financial sector consideration perspective. But before we get into some bold questions, I think let's just start with some basics. Data protection, data privacy. I mean, what exactly is the difference? If I were supposed to come up with an analogy, tell me if it's somewhere on spot and help to elaborate more. So is data privacy like you have a window and then you have like a privacy screen? And then data protection is as if you have burglar bar grill rails, right? Would that be data protection versus data privacy? What's the difference and why is it important?
Well, data protection really is the protection offered to personal data that persons really own and possess. Right? So everybody in this room has data. We have pins, We have passport numbers, TRN numbers, all forms of data. How we keep that private? Some of us keep it in our wallets. Some of us, we encrypt it. Some of us, we write it down in a little book, and every time we need to use it, we take it out and we put it. So for some persons, that's privacy. Security now is that same information. How is that information kept in a way that, even if found, cannot be used by anybody else? And why do we do that? Because data is, as the text indicate and all the writers, data is our new gold. It's even more valuable now than gold itself, right? Data can carry you anywhere in the stratosphere. And for a lot of us, in our official lives, we have passcodes. Passcodes gives us access to multiple things, multiple levels of layers of control. If breached, incalculable damage can occur.
All right, okay, all right, wonderful. Stuart.
You know, that analogy you started out with was really good. And I was actually out to ask if you used to watch my presentations, because I use that exact analogy. When talking about the difference between privacy and protection, because people use the term interchangeably. And it is not really to provide the same thing, but they're very connected in the same way that security is also connected as a piece of the puzzle. And I usually put a diagram that shows data protection at the top, data security and data privacy as underlying pillars. That put together, you get data protection, which is why we talk about the law being the data protection law and not the data privacy law. And you'll find the same with data protection laws around the globe. Barbados, it's called the Data Protection Act. Cayman, the Data Protection Law. Bermuda, Personal Information Protection Act. Not privacy, because the two are to come together. There are aspects of security that says we must secure the data that we're using, and we must also treat information privately, meaning we are respecting the rights of individuals for how their data should be treated. And when you put the two together, you get the concept of protection. So I won't necessarily repeat the analogy I gave, but because you already highlighted it. But that's how we treat privacy separate from protection. But the idea is they all come together to create an ecosystem that we can trust the entities that have our data.
All right, wonderful. And Professor Thorpe, we're asking the difference between data privacy, data protection, and you can speak to the importance of it. And if you would like to speak anything about the AML requirements, you can add that, because that's our next, as we're going to be segueing to next.
All right. A pleasant good afternoon, everyone, and a blessed new year for what it is worth. The whole context of this conversation, if you think about the CIA trial, you talk about confidentiality, integrity, and availability of information. When we actually take the C out of that and look at confidentiality, the elements of privacy falls within that subset. You know, who has authorized, access, or disclosure to what is it that you own? And in the wider context of how we have been pushing the data protection legislation, it's really looking at the personal identifiable rights, and privileges of how we treat with persons' data. It's really a privacy concern more than anything else. And that is why data subjects have rights, all right? So in the grand scheme of things, that is the kind of separation of concerns I would have in making that explanation. Mark, you can have privacy and you don't have security. So, in the university environment where I'm, students, like many of them who have graduated and are here, understand that context, that you can have privacy and you don't have security, because the elements of the integrity and, correctness and the availability still is missing from that ingredient. But with that said, in the wider scheme of money laundering and anti-money laundering, there's a conflict there's a conflict between the description of you wanted to talk about anti-money laundering and data protection. And sorry to start it that controversial, because it's just really what it is. Money laundering, anti-money laundering legislation really is asking for lots of data, and very likely sensitive data, pertinent to a conversation that at the end of it, it should provide insights to law enforcement, to support treating with matters like terror financing, or you may have people setting up shell companies, or to launder buying real estate and hiding, the whole illicit gains on the real estate, or even putting things into crypto and bitcoins. I mean, the idea is that becomes something very difficult to know, to track and handle, and hence I want to start there, but we can elaborate as we go around the panel, that the two don't seem to coincide very well, and hence there is the delicate need for a balancing act, and we're in a Ministry of National Security conference. I know the Data Protection Act in of itself has exceptions and exemptions for national security. This conversation we're having now being one of them to support with the same. But notwithstanding, there is the whole issue of accountability in how you treat with it. As one of the principles on the data protection, that it should show transparently that we are dealing with it in a very clear way for the public to really trust that we are handling these matters as same.
Okay, all right, wonderful. So we hear about cyber risks, and we hear about AML, and then there are lots of other letters that go with it, CFT, and so forth, risks. Is there a difference, or is it the same thing? So is cyber risk and fraud risk the same thing? Is cyber risks and AML, CFT risks the same thing? What should we know in terms of the difference and the commonality? Stuart, I'd just like to take that question.
Sure thing. So the reason why you have the name separation is because there is some separation with the risk. Data protection in of itself and data privacy is a risk. And how we implement requirements for the Data Protection Act should be risk-based as well, meaning that we're not creating a situation where we've completely stopped doing business because we have this new regime in place and have decided that it is too risky to not comply with the law. So risk should be managed. AML risk is separate from your CFT risk because they're anti-money laundering, CFT, criminal, financial, I can't remember the T, but and so many others. But the separation really is that the end product of what's happening might be a little bit different. So the motivations are different, which is why we assess risk differently. In the same way that I know a display was on the screen around how most attacks are against financial institutions, cyber attacks are against financial institutions, and that's because the motivation is different. The idea is that attackers will look at financial institutions as the easiest way to get a monetary gain. There are tons of attacks happening to governments as well. So infrastructure like JPS are getting attacked all the time because there are political motivations and countries getting motivations by bringing down infrastructure of an organization. So the idea is that if you look at the risk from a motivational standpoint, what are people motivated to do? What could go wrong? And therefore you get an appreciation for how you can prevent those things from happening. But each one does get treated slightly differently. Fraud is going to be very similar to AML, and in fact, what you're looking for in AML is whether there are any potential transactions that could be fraudulent. So there are going to be similarities, but there are other things that could happen in the space of fraud risk as well as AML.
All right, great. And David, you wanted to follow up on what Sean was saying?
Mm-hmm. Prof spoke about AML versus data protection. I want to posit that data protection and AML go hand in hand. Now, we take, in data protection a risk-based approach to the handling of data. In the financial sector, it's a risk-based approach to financial transactions. The common ingredient between both is how you handle the data. And what we want to do in data protection is ensure that the rights and standards are upheld. Now, if we uphold the rights and standards, and of course, the registration facility, which is an ingredient of data protection, and compliance with the provisions of the Data Protection Act, if we adhere to those principles, then what you will see in money laundering is data protection assisting in money laundering efforts. Upholding the standards and the rights of persons, taking, let's say, accurate data. If there is accurate data, money launderers are easily identified. Because inaccurate data is what a money launderer wants, or data that is not securely protected is what the money launderer wants. In data protection, we are insistent that there are technical and organizational measures in place for the protection of data. And if there are those technical and organizational measures in place, our money launderer will have an extremely hard time infiltrating financial systems. And if we can have that goalpost set up, then AML, CFATF, and all our terrorism financing mechanisms which look at the whole money laundering and prevention of crime proceeds of crimes acts, all of those will make the money launderers what would be their heaven, their darkest hour. So I'm saying data protection is the most valuable tool, and it's aligned with money laundering efforts.
All right, okay. Professor, you wanted to...
No, I'm not going to counter, I'm just going to say, what the commissioner is saying is correct, because preventatively, if you have a transaction, if you're buying a property in and out of country, you live somewhere else and you're buying in Jamaica or you're buying abroad, the transparency is that all of those financial transactions have to be checked before you complete said transaction. And hence, financial institutions in particular have responsibility under the data protection to ensure that those 8 standards are obtained. And that is very much so. I was just thinking about the case of you already have the breach. You have those cases beyond the breach, and you now have to deal with this pre-Data Protection Act implementation, and persons as data subjects might question, well, do you have the right to be checking so much data that belongs to me? But notwithstanding, it's really a balancing act. So if data protection is done effectively in its implementation within financial institutions, then the argument lends well to the fact that data protection is properly aligned with the anti-money laundering requirements, and that goes without question. So I will leave it there, but you have those exceptions which do occur, and then you have persons who will question that under the provision of data subject rights, and to the extent to which the information that is being sought about them in terms of revelation can be questioned, right? So that's why I'm saying it gets even more sensitive in that kind of context, and nothing more than that. So it's just a balanced conversation to the fact that these are two views that, must coexist, where this is concerned.
All right, okay. We have a final question, and this has to do with now the cost. Now, whenever there are requirements, there's a cost to be able to comply with these requirements. And of course, there's also a cost when you don't comply in terms of penalties, etc. And I mean, businesses who are required to comply with the AML standards and also the data protection standards, they already have enough headache just trying to do business, much less now to think about all of these other things that are important, that the Information Commissioner has to have their eye on, and other regulators have to be able to be very precise on. I want each of you gentlemen to suggest one thing that doesn't cost too much or doesn't cost anything at all that can give tremendous advantage or tremendous results towards being better protected in terms of data and towards ensuring that there are proper anti-money laundering related measures. And while you think about it, in cybersecurity, a lot of times it's a big money thing. To be able to be secure, you have to submit some big budget, which sometimes the business sees as horrendous and overburdening, and therefore a lot of important actions in cybersecurity that a company needs to do doesn't actually get done. However, there are some things that can be done that doesn't cost as much, and it can have a big impact. I want you to be able to think about and to share with us what are those things. I'll share a short story while you identify that one thing. So my wife and I, while we're dating, courting, we have this thing that every third of the month, we give each other a gift. Our courtship starts at the third of a month, and so we just make it a monthly anniversary where we give each other a gift. Now, I went really hard too soon in terms of the gifts. That by the third round, I was completely broke.
Remember, Valentine's is this Friday.
Right. Yeah, so what happened is that while I was on my way home, I saw a mango that was hanging over my neighbor's fence. And, when it hangs over the fence, anybody can take it, right? We hope. So I took the mango and I wrote on it, "Never let your man go," on it. And I gave it to her. It didn't cost a thing. Yet it is the best gift to date. We're 15 years married. To date, I've given her jewelry, given her all expensive things. Nothing meant more than that mango had on it, "Never let your man go." It didn't cost a thing. So what is that mango? What is that one thing that can be done by any financial institution or any institution that has complied with these requirements that can give you the biggest bang when you have no buck?
One of the easiest ones, it will still cost, but not excessively, ongoing training. Training. And training can take multiple forms. Instead of it being in a classroom, you could ask one staff member to speak about an IT or security policy each month. So therefore, you're going to have collective learning done more or less on company's time, but guess what? Once your peer speaks it, I can almost tell you remember it far more easily than when you sit in a room and a lecturer is telling it to you. You tend to zone out easily as against when your peer is telling you that you're listening keenly, because for quite a few Jamaicans, you want to find something to go back and rib them out that they made a mistake or something. So it tends to be the most keenly listened to presentation.
Very good. Yes, Stuart?
Yeah, I will ditto the Deputy Commissioner on training being the one thing and wanting to look at it from a practical sense. Because, I work with a lot of clients who they're very quick to call you to come and do a training and have no follow-up behind it. And when I started off as an IT auditor, and one of the most simple tests that we had to do is to determine whether persons knew about the IT policy. That was just a test that you had to do every single time. And it was as simple as randomly walking the floor and asking whoever you saw in the business, "Do you know what the IT policy is? Tell me something it says. Show me where it is." And if they couldn't complete all three of those tasks, the test failed. And not that person was punished in any way, but it just showed a certain level of effectiveness of what has been communicated. And I'll ditto the Deputy Commissioner in the idea of having staff members participate in training, because for me, when we check, for example, we do a weekly, right now fortnightly, so every 2 weeks we do a lunch and learn session in our department which means a member of the team has to present on a current topic that we are addressing as consultants in the space. And it's not just the same person every week. There's a schedule. Each person has to participate in something. So it gives an opportunity for other persons to make sure they've done the research, they can share with the team, and it becomes a very involved process for everybody. Versus every week we come and sit and listen to somebody talk about a topic, we check off the compliance checkbox that says we trained everybody, and it moves on from there. But then 2 weeks from now, you get hit with a phishing attack because persons aren't being active to what they were taught around the different cybersecurity lessons. So there has to be some follow-up to check, because one of the things that data protection says is there must be transparency, there must be so people need to understand their role. There needs to be. Sorry to go on about this, but I have a story. A couple of years ago, I had on braces, and I went to orthodontist, and so I was going to the orthodontist trying to sign up for this thing, and they gave me this long form, 2 pages, and in my head I'm like, why does the orthodontist need 2 pages worth of information from me? And one of the questions was, where do you work? And the second question was, what's your salary? And I stopped and I asked the person who gave me the form, why do you need this information in order to put metal in my mouth? And of course, they had no clue. And I share this story because training, if we had started with the training, this would have been one of the simplest things to be able to knock off on your list, that you need to have clear transparency around what you're doing. Because this person should have been able to communicate to me why they're doing it and what could be done to not allow me. So, for example, eventually the owner came, they eventually said, well, Mr. Hilton, you don't want to provide information if you don't want to, but probably 90% of the people who walk into the room write it down and hand it over because they think this is mandatory. But training would have knocked off what I call one of those in front of the curtain items, meaning everybody gets exposed to this. Employees, customers get exposed to this. It would have knocked off just the idea of creating transparency for everybody in the organization to be able to communicate to customers why or why not do we need this information and what can be done about it.
Right, so I love the question, and I love the analogy of the mango. We were having this very conversation outside before we got in. To contextualize what both panelists have said, is really putting in place data protection governance framework. And that framework is what is going to help you minimize or lower the cost as much as possible. There's never going to be a zero cost, because even training can cost, right? But notwithstanding, what it means is that internal to an organization, particularly financial institutions, is that you have that framework which says, all right, the data protection officer, as the compliance officer, will have a team probably of privacy champions who will help to spread that culture across the organization, which usually are volunteers from time to time, particularly in government-based entities as it is now being deployed. You'll have policy champions who would have assisted with the provisions of policy, and the privacy champions will help with the rollout by department of how those policies should be understood, interpreted, and implemented as a function of the technical measures, given that the policies are the part of the organizational measure for the entity. So these things have to be done internal to the organization, where you build that culture, given that framework. And by virtue of doing that, it becomes sustainable, not only short or medium, but long term. So the compliance checks, training, the continuous governance meetings with the committees that will quickly review what updates in the policy should be done, or what new changes in training and policies need to be done, especially when I heard you were talking about generative AI. And soon to come is the need for AI and AI policy under the data protection. Because remember, the agentic AI agents can also be involved in money laundering activities. Can't necessarily be pinned to an individual, but to an AI. So that framework allows you to establish suitable governance approaches to ensure that the organization can minimize, if not reduce or eliminate that cost in the long term.
All right, wonderful. Let's please give a hand to our panelists. Our esteemed panelists, we enjoyed the conversation or fireside chats with David Gray, Deputy Information Commissioner, Professor Sean Thorpe, Dean of the Faculty of Engineering and Computing, UTech, and Stuart Hilton, Director, Assurance and Compliance at SIMTAI. Thank you so much, gentlemen.
Thank you very much. All right, so we have had indeed a very productive day's discussions. Tomorrow will be another very productive day. We've managed time in such a way that we're coming out about 20 minutes, 25 minutes ahead of schedule. That means that the coffee break that we actually skipped, you can grab something on the way out. There is so much that we gleaned from today. I think, put your hands together for all the presenters, panelists. I think it was a very, as I said, it was a very good day in terms of things that we learned. One of the things that I learned in terms of anniversary gifts on the 3rd of each month, go for the low-hanging fruit, literally. I also learned a new meaning of the word bathe. And I was looking for a way to use the acronym FRESH so that I could sing All Una Bathe from Man in Wango Wala Fresh. But I was thinking like forensic, some acronym that I could use for bathe and fresh that we could allow it to coalesce. I'm going to also ask, there is a Haval with a license plate 4340LF, I believe it's F, that's blocking someone who needs to go. I'm going to ask you to just please make way for them, 4340LF, a Haval. And also, finally, those coming tomorrow, I'm going to ask you please to wear your armbands. Those of you who have registered for 2 days and you have an armband for tomorrow, please, you're going to have to scan in tomorrow in order to have access. So I'm going to just ask you to not divest yourself of the armband that you have. That's all the time we have for today. Thank you very much for a wonderful day one. Looking forward to day 2.